Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is OctoMan, and today I want to tackle something new for me because a bunch of people are going to request this over and over. And for me, it's new. This is completely new Unity experience for me as well, which means multiplayer games, like online multiplayer games. So, and since I want to make my life easier to, learn with you guys together, the the only thing I can think of, or the easiest one I can think of, is like a rock, paper, scissors, let's say experience. So we're gonna go for just putting that one rather quickly together, like the rock, paper, scissors scenario. I'm gonna check for sound pretty quick over here and see if there is a sound coming in. Looks good. So what I want to do is first, of course, I need to wait until Unity is loaded. Finally, it does it. So that's why I started a bit later today. So what do we need? Well, first, I loaded or created just a simple 2D scene, nothing fancy over here. We are going to go into some graphics pretty quick, or just in a second. But for this prototyping and for the scenario, I just need some simple code to do this rock, paper, scissors scenario, which is simply just using 3 buttons, which probably look a bit, let's say, nice, maybe some little info box, something like that. If you haven't already, feel free to join this channel and take a look into, well, other tutorials of me. And so let's tackle this one here together. If you have any questions on the road or something like that, feel free to ask in the chat or write in the chat, or maybe just say hello and something like that. So let's do that. Also, feel free to join my Discord channel if you have further questions and other different things and scenarios, and maybe you can share your experience with other people as well. So don't be shy, say hello, come to the Discord channel, just join it. The link should be down below. Well, that's what I hope. Otherwise, check out the community tab on my on this YouTube page, which will show this Discord link over there as well. So what I need to start with first is I want to do some simple graphics. So I'm gonna go pretty quick into Inkscape and create some rock, paper, scissors, some things. I could also download some, or you can just paint some. Maybe you got one. Maybe you just follow me. Download Inkscape if you want to. It's free. You can, like, everybody can use it. It's super simple to handle and to produce content over there and make it beautiful. Like, make your own games as well beautiful if you want and like. So what do we need for rock, paper, scissors? Well, we just need those three symbols. Maybe we're gonna take a look later on for fonts, but once again, all of that is not really important over here. So there are multiple possibilities we can do so. The first one is I'm gonna go and probably just paint some simple shapes. I'm gonna show you what I mean by that. Well, let's assume we need some kind of a fist of a man or a woman, doesn't really matter, which would be probably something like that. Then you maybe have the thumb anywhere here. So this could be maybe be the shape we're after, but I just want the outline and I don't care about the inside. So no, this could be maybe from a fist. If you want to, once again, or if you're better in graphics, of course, feel free to put your content together. What I also could outline over here is one of these scissors symbols, which would be like 2 fingers like that. Then you got 2 other fingers, and I don't know, something like this. Could be the scissors symbol. Just keep it simple. Just make sure when you're starting to learn new content and when you prototype stuff, just do simple graphics. You can always go in and make them more beautiful later on. So we're gonna have like a rock, scissors, and we just need paper, which would be like a flat hand. If you want to, you can paint the thumb and, just have, I'm sorry for all this graphics, but that's okay, I guess. I would go for Photon, since that seems to be the easiest one for me to, since I'm taking a look very quick into this, and hopefully I get some good experience with Photon. So Mirror would be probably a bit too much over here, and I just tried to go the simple way. I hope that's fine for you. Once again, I'm learning this today with you guys together, so maybe it's helpful for you. So yeah. Mirror, I was thinking about Mirror before, but that was, well, for me as a I haven't created any multiplayer game at all. Well, just local multiplayers, but I never used any multiplayer like online. So I think I'll go the easy route first and see what is necessary, how to talk to the server and do all this client back and forth stuff with this RPC content. I just took a quick look into it, but since there are so many requests on simple versions or simple scenarios, I'm gonna take a look into Photon once again, since I think this is going to help a bunch of people and me as well. I hope the microphone is good. I just got a new one and got rid of my old one, basically. So if you have any issues with the sound, let me know. I just would like to get some feedback on the sound itself. So feel free to tell me if the sound is good for you guys, and if it sounds good, if it is too loud, too quiet, I don't know, something over here. So let me just make this one. I try to make it a bit beautiful at least. Well, it doesn't have to be too much beautiful. Sometimes you might not see some edges over here, but that's fine. I'm gonna get rid of this thing or this area over here. And I want to once again, I try to make it as quick as possible as usual. So let's tackle that pretty quick again. It's just literally just a prototype, so I don't have to be too precise, but I still want to make something, well, at least look good. Okay, thanks for the feedback. So I'm glad the microphone is working pretty good so far. Awesome. So let me make this one a bit more I don't know, different. just a bit. So it looks a bit more, well, it doesn't have to be too appealing, but a bit could be okay. I mean, it's just, it's not just me learning that, but I probably want to make something out of it later on, as a multiplayer experience in general. So that's, oh no, that was wrong. Let me put some other point in between over here and maybe bring this one slide a bit up, something like that. I mean, I can always go and make this a bit more beautiful even later on. So that should be fine. Over here, once again, go and learn Inkscape, because a bunch of people a bunch of people in general are stumbling upon the, oh, I don't want to be a graphics guy, and I don't want to learn graphics, I just want to be a coder. So I want to let you know that you should get at least some basic, not much, but some basic infos on how you can create your own graphics rather quick, so you can literally later on get let's say some more beautiful results, even even prototypes. If you're like a pure coder, as an example, even prototypes are going to be later on way more interesting, or look more interesting when they have something to, let's say, deliver. So I'm gonna go and maybe I should next time I just take I don't know, make a rock instead of hands. Not looking too nice today, but that's fine. I don't really care. I mean, I try to not to care too much over here. Again, making this one a bit, just a bit more beautiful. Not a bit too thick, so gonna thin this out, make it a bit, whoopsie, longer over here, so it doesn't look like something spooky. Last thing, well, that's pretty close. Maybe can take, whoops, this one a bit inwards, and well, that's pretty close, I guess. So couldn't be too much better over here. So what else? I could make another extra line, just like to, I don't know, make this look a bit more like a fist. I don't know. If that does look as it should, well, it's fine. No worries about it. So I just tinted. I'm gonna make this line as huge as the other ones. I believe it is about 1 on the other one. Just try to... Nope, a 1 is a bit too huge. What is the size of this? Oh, 0.5. So make this one 0.5 millimeters as well. So basically that's it. I can now go and fill these with some color, so maybe white or just some, yeah, you know, some color. It doesn't really need to be anything special over here. This one is darker, isn't it? I mean, it looks like it. Yep, it is. So gonna go back twice. Maybe I should just select them all and make them the same color. Oh, why not? Okay, so I grouped this one just in case. I go to Object Group, and now I have my rock, my paper, and my scissors icons. So I can make them or put them onto a button, like on a square button. I shouldn't even need it, or I didn't really need it to create some of these things. But well, why not, right? So I'm gonna try to make them all kind of feel the same size, like this. And that's pretty much it for here, at least for the moment, I guess. So what we can now take is all of them and export them. So I go to export PNG. Gonna go and export it. Gonna drag on my other screen so you don't get too much confused. Gonna put this directly or just export it directly into my prototypes folder where my rock, scissors, paper... Oh, there's a typo, but that's okay. I'm gonna make instantly make a textures folder where all my textures are going to be inside. If you want to make use of fonts and stuff like that, just import them and use them. So I just name them Atlas or whatever. I don't really need more than that. And then I go and make sure the quality is kind of okay-ish. Let's say with 1000 in the width, and then just hit export. And in Unity, I just have my textures now. And then here I got this one. I go to the inspector and go from single sprite mode to multiple and add the sprite editor. I just need to go and apply this. So, and that's basically it. I go to slice and do automatic slice. So I got this Atlas 0, 1, 2, 3. So what I want to go for is I want to name them already. So I can name it like rock. Then this here is going to be my scissors. You don't have to do this. And it's going to be my paper. Well, my paper symbol. And then I apply in the top right corner and close that. And now I have 3 sprites I can use on buttons and stuff like that. So let's set it up. Since I need to use some buttons, I believe I'm going to go and create a new UI canvas. I can also go and just create an image or just directly go with a TextMesh Pro button over here. But I need to make sure that I import the TextMesh Pro essentials. So probably I don't go and use TextMesh Pro for the moment because I don't really, why not? Okay. I'm going to go with that. So UI... button TextMesh Pro. Just import the TMP essentials. Shouldn't take too long over here. I'm gonna take a dip on my coffee cup. And once imported, I can just close this window. Nothing fancy necessary. We can use the standard font, which is fine. But for my buttons, probably I don't really need anything. So I got a button over here, which I want to make a square. So I'm going to set this one to 160 by, let's say 160. And I need 3 of them since this is crucial, since I want to have like the option per each round, like before the match has happened, that I have like 1 with the rock, 1 with the scissors, and 1 with the paper. So instead of a text, I can still use this text. I just delete it for the sake of testing. And I'm going to make an image on top of that. So I can go to UI and image, which is placed automatically here over onto this button. So I'm gonna take this as a sprite. So I have this, and I want to make preserve aspect ratio, and I'm gonna rename this button to be the rock button. Now I'm gonna go and duplicate this one. I want to rename this first, so it's going to be my scissors button, and I want to change the image sprite to be the scissors, and then I'm going to duplicate this once again for the last time, which is going to be my rock button. Just name it rock button, that should be fine. And change the image. Oh no, it's not going to be the rock, it's going to be the paper. I got the rock already beforehand. Paper, can't type today. The coffee cup is in the way. Oh my god. Paper, button. So it's good. And I'm gonna change the image, of course, to the paper symbol. So we're gonna bring them next to each other. We can use some, fancy things like horizontal layout groups, all that content. Well, I don't really care about this, since once again, this is just going to be my first test onto that. Clear the console. So what we need to know, or what we need now, is the basic game mechanics. For them, I just go and do implement just some simple things. So we need connection to some kind of a matchmaker. So who's going to do what? What is the kind of an input we're going to go for? So we can literally just send in strings. We can send in just integers, like a 0 for scissors, rock going to be 1, and paper going to be 2. And then later on, we just do a simple comparison. Something like that. So I create a new game manager object, just an empty one. Game manager, and we of course need a script. So I go to assets and create a new folder called C# script. Create the folder first. Gonna name the scripts. I mean, at the moment, I just don't think we do need much things, except whenever we start to implement the multiplayer content. But for the moment, just I need a game manager, which just manages and takes all the inputs and all that good stuff over there. It's going to change the symbol to be geo symbol once we name it game manager. So this is Unity provided literally since Unity version, I don't know. 5 or whatever, Unity 5, or probably a bit later on. So I drag this one onto my empty game object, game manager game object, so I always know where it is and that it is on there. And I save my scene because I don't want to do things twice when, Unity crashes or any other weird stuff is going to happen over there. So let's open the game manager and create 3 inputs as well as a comparison, like, something like that. Yes, I trust the author, which is me, myself. Probably when you use the use Visual Studio Code, as I do at the moment, and you use later on TextMesh Pro content, you might get some weird issues with the namespaces. But let's hope the Photon network is not going to give us some headaches later on. So we're gonna see that in a bit. So what do we want to do is, well, we need to play rounds. Well, I'm not quite sure how I would do this. But what we need to do is quite some inputs. So we need to have, what can we simply compare? The easiest one is going to just compare inputs like an integer. Is it 0, 0? Is it 0, 1, 0, 2? Is it whatever is it? And then we can say, okay, whoever has the rock, which I just need to define as being one number, who has a rock and who has a scissors, and who is going to be the winner? Is it a draw? And is there a no input? Like, because there's a time running out, I want to put a time into, so a round is synchronized, like when the game is over or when the round is over and no inputs have happened, then both are going to get a lose, literally, like both players. What I also want to put in is probably later on a computer, so an AI to play against, which just randomly chooses per, how shall I say, per round. And maybe there's also a round limit, so like after 3 rounds, there's one winner or loser, except they are both having the same thing. So this is the aim for this little Unity experience over here. So how can I just implement the basic ones? Well, I just need some input fields. For the moment, I get rid of start and update. I implement them if I think I need them. So what do I need is I need an integer for rock, for paper, and for scissors, I guess. So I maybe define them directly. So rock, paper is equal to 1 maybe, and then I take another integer. It's going to be my scissors. And that's going to be number 2. So what we can do with these, we can just say, what is the kind of an input? And then we can just compare, like, what was the input? Probably that's the easiest one. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's just, later on, maybe I just have something like, what shall I say? Like a player 1 input and a player 2 input, something like this. So probably that is like not a bad idea. So player 1 input, which is going to be whoever, and a player 2 input, because they are competing against each other. And whenever they send some input into, we need to compare them and see who's the winner of what. So we need some kind of a how shall I say, a round condition, a condition check, or a winner check scenario, or a winner function. So it's going to be of type void, and we need to do like a one input method, which is going to take the input from the button. So that's what we're probably going to start first. So public void. Well, we just take something, so we don't really return anything to the button. So it's a type void function, and it's going to be like, let's say, input. How can we do this? Well, or how can I name this? Input from button. I don't know. And what we need is, of course, the integer this button represents. So it's going to be the choice or whatever. Is it written right? I have no idea. So depending on who is who, this is going to be later on the interesting piece over there. Whoever is going to do this input, you as a player might be having a name or something, which in the Photon network later on is going to do the comparison, because there should be some ID sample thing. I don't know. This is what I need to take a look into. But for the moment, it's just a single player input. So since a rock, paper, scissors, you cannot play this locally. So you always play against an AI. So the player 1 input would be the input from this button press. But later on, it depends on who is doing this input, is going to be the one which is going to get this choice. So what we can say is, well, what is the input? And how do we do the comparison? And is there another chosen one already? And after each round, let's say, we're gonna have to reset everything over there back to 0. So how could I do this? What would be the easiest one? We're gonna get this input, then we can put this as a choice 1, choice 2 thing. We can say player 1, player 2 input, but we never know. Well, at the moment, I just don't know how that later on competes with the Photon stuff. But let's just take a look into this. How would I do this locally? That's the first thing I want to approach over here. So once there is an input, I need to, I just say, okay, I'm gonna make a player 1 input is equal to whatever the choice is. The choice is going to come from the button later on. I'm gonna set this up later on accordingly. And basically, the other player should also call the same function, but then it's just somehow, it couldn't be the player 1 choice in this case. So I need to later on fiddle out these turn, or this input scenario, like who is doing this particular input. So I need to see the definitions for that. Once again, this today is going to be more like a research for myself, so I try to figure all of that out over here with you guys together. So once again, since there are a bunch of requests over here to create such a thing, So there's just, maybe it's wrong to name it like that. Maybe it's just a choice 1 and then a choice 2, and just later on we just need to see who is doing this input. And then we send back the win and the lose. And so basically what we need to do is, after there is some input coming, like if, or we need to check if there's a player 2 input already. So if player input 2 basically is not equal to 0, well, then we know there was a choice, and then we can just, you know, do a comparison about the choices. So for that, I'm gonna create a new function, pick winner. Maybe I'm gonna make it a one round, something like that. I don't know. So we're gonna be able to pick a winner by what has been chosen. So we need to go and get some feedback afterwards. And yeah, depending again who has done a choice over here, or is there a choice already? I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna put this into an array later on. So if one or the other of part of the array is 0, but that also makes it a bit hard to do over here. So maybe I'm gonna name these buttons to be different. So there's a player 1 input and a player 2 input. So who's winning against who? So we're gonna do this check. So if you know, if a player input 1 is equal to a rock, and player, yeah, then we need to do the opposite maybe. And player 2 is equal to rock. Maybe I can simplify that later on. We got a draw. I believe we can. So this would be a draw in the game itself. So same would happen for all the other ones. So if both are choosing rock, then we have a draw. If both are choosing scissors, I just ripped them apart now, and probably later on I can combine these. Maybe that's not necessary. Just a draw just makes it so that if a player input 1 is equal to player input 2, we got a draw. So we don't need to go and compare all of these 3 at the same time. So if they do have the same thing, then they have a draw. That's easier to handle. So now we need to pick if player 1 input is equal to, maybe I can make it a bit easier. Is equal to rock, and player 2 input is equal to, well, what should it be? Let's say paper. Then we know that a player 2 has won. What will you use for multiplayer functionality? I will take a look into Photon today, since that's my first multiplayer approach over here. So that's what I go for. Well, that's the aim for today, because it looks like it is easier to set up Photon in general. And there's also a possibility to test this one out free. So that's why I'm going to tackle it with Photon, I guess. I was thinking about Firebase or something similar first, but that didn't really, I don't know. It didn't really work because this matchmaking scenario, which is going to be the one issue over here, is going to be pretty heavy. I could also go and take a look into Mirror, but that's literally just too much for me, I guess, for today, for just a quick learning experience. Since you need, a dedicated server and all that stuff, and Photon just offers a server automatically in a free possibility to just test things out and see if you can play against some other people. Even if there are limits, it should be still able, or I should be able to test things out over there in the Photon. So if player input is rock and the player input is paper, or it's going to be the opposite. So we're gonna put the or. No, probably not. So paper wins against rock, right? So let me player 2 wins. What the heck? Okay, once again, player 2 wins, something like that. So I'm gonna go and copy that and paste this, and basically I'm gonna do the opposite now. So if the player 1 has the input and ooh, wait, we can even make this one even easier. I can do some, I can simplify this later on, but let me do it this way first. So if it is the opposite, basically, I could just say, well, the winner is the opposite. So once again, this one here would be player 2 wins. This one here would be player 1 wins. And then we got the other scenarios with the, once again, we can, maybe we can combine these. I don't have a player class yet, so probably I'm gonna go and use a player class later on, which might make it a bit more simpler later on for the networking scenario. Not quite sure, because we can probably put them into a list or an array and just compare them based on this array, and just depending on who's who, or maybe based on an ID I can grab from the RPC, is going to give me the possibility for that. I don't know. So once again, if player 1 has a rock, player 2 has a paper, well, then the player 2 is going to be the winner. Otherwise, well, basically, I can I just put an else? I should. Else player 1 wins. So that's what I assume, don't I? Not quite sure if that is doing the opposite comparison, but that's what I think can probably happen. And if we have an else over here, we can later on simply just create an expression who's the winner. And so we can go through that. Probably can also do it with a switch statement. Well, then I would need to have multiple switch statements. So next possibility would be paper and scissors. So if the player 1 has an input paper and the player 2 has the scissors, then player 2 wins. Else player 1 wins. I'm gonna just command it out. Just copy this. Once it's written correct, copy that and paste this over here. Gonna copy that for, I believe that's going to be the last thing, which we need to compare rock and scissors. So we got rock and paper, paper and scissors, and now we got rock and scissors. So if player 1 got the, let me switch that. So basically it's going to always be the same. So if going to be player 1 is scissors and the player 1 is going, player 2 is going to be the rock, then the player 2 is going to win. Otherwise, the player 1 wins. So that's basically the win check over here. So whenever player 2 input, not quite sure how I check this later on. We'll see. And player 1 input is not equal to 0. So 0 is going to be literally nothing. So that's why we should use rock a 1. Paper a 2 and scissors a 3, I guess. So if none of these are going to be, so if both of these are going to be not 0, then, and this is going to be the thing here, we just pick a winner. So we just have the simple comparison just starting and spit out any result in the end and just give a point to one or the other winner, one or the other player. And since we don't have a player, I just create a simple, well, that's what I think I'm gonna do here, a simple public class inside Game Manager for a player. I could also rip it apart, but no. So this class simply just contains, well, what does it need? That's a question. I'm gonna make this a big P. And it shouldn't be player 1 input, just should be player. So each of them players do have probably have a choice. So, and if we got later on, or if we create 2 players per round, we can just simply per round just empty the players, or actually the players' content. But what we can store in this is we can say we can give it a coin or a point, and if it has like a win streak or if it has a win of 3, as being the first player, then we're gonna know the player has won. So points. So basically a score is going to be that. And once again, I can always say something like I could put in a choice over here. Do I need that? I don't know. So every time somebody joins a session, I guess, is going to be getting its own points per this round, and probably can also take a choice. And then we probably want to put this into an array. I don't know. I just don't know. Let me make it a bit simpler without the class, at least for the moment. So I'm gonna name this one player 1 points. Maybe it's 2. Player 1 points, and gonna go and use copy. Same player 2 points. So I just have them as integers without the class at the moment. I don't know how the multiplayer thing is going to treat classes in general, and what is the actual data sent over to the networking scenario. Okay, so I have an input from the bottom, which is currently just, well, one player, whoever. And then after this input happens, I'm gonna put this into a into one or the other input. In this case, I just put it into the first one. And in here, once both have chosen something, we're gonna try to pick a winner, and I'm just gonna spit out something and give some points. So basically what we can say, player 2 points plus. So basically we got just get some points, get some score. And what we can say also is if player points or player 2 points is equal to 3, so basically 3 rounds, well then basically the game is over. So player 1 or something like the player has won this round, depending on who is going to get the results over there. And that's basically everything. I'm gonna copy this piece and put this here into the player 1 wins. So player 1 gets a point instead, and if the player 1 got its points, like 3 in total, after this round, then he is good to go. So I'm gonna update the other ones here, just for the sake of, you know, putting that together. And gonna take this one for player 1, copy, and paste this into the else statement. Okay, like this. So what I can now do in the final step is I can implement some kind of a round, like, or a match. So a match starts, I don't know when. And once it's starting this match, I'm gonna be able to maybe create a random pick from an AI, I would say. So the AI does not really use the input from the button, probably. Not quite sure. Since it doesn't really... the problem is on one hand, maybe I need an extra script for the button. So it's better or easier for me to send over information who currently presses that button. Yeah, let me do this, because I believe it is better to talk to the game manager and send the information from this button to know who actually pressed this one button. Was it player 1 or was it player 2? Who was that? Yeah, who was it? So probably this is the part of the networking scenario once again. So I believe we need to kind of know, yeah, who is that? Who is pressing this one button? Who is having that? And maybe I'm gonna spit out some things later on as well. So some information over the network. But once again, this is the first time I tried to tackle this, so I have no idea how that could work out later on. Okay, so basically, I'm gonna put some debug lines, I guess. So I get something at least in return. So debug.log. That's a draw. Maybe I'm gonna have to implement also something called, well, not just points, but a miss. like if somebody, or like a loss, like a negative point or something. So maybe a player class is going to be easier to handle later on. Like if you missed after 30 seconds or so and the round is over, so you can open up space for a next, let's say the next round when there's a limited people can only play this rock, paper, scissors online against each other. That I gonna have, I don't know, some player class which is containing literally all that stuff. And once after 30 seconds, the round is over and you do this like 3 times in a row, well, the first thing is you lose. And the second thing is you as a player lose. And the second thing is it's after 1.5 minutes, one round is over, the room gets free, and I can get out of that or throw the players out back into the lobby or somewhere else whenever they want to join a game or something, or then they just put in a name or some whatever scenario thing, and then they can do say, okay, I want to join another game, something like that. There seemed to be somewhere an issue from my debug line, I guess. So that's a draw. So once again, I can put in anything later on. What I can do is I can do, say, when a new round starts after, I don't know, I can do use a coroutine, I guess. So basically, the code is running on not on the server. The code is going to run on the device, like on a mobile or on a computer or somewhere else, or in the browser. So basically the complete logic, and the logic just tells the network later on, hey, this guy did some kind of an input. Please look on both sides if there is somebody who has won or who has lost, or maybe there's a draw or something like that, and show this to both players. So to visualize that to both players. To do so, once again, I guess I need to put these buttons so that each of them buttons is going to be connected to one specific user. So each has its own surface, and each of them buttons probably need to get its own script. So that's what I want to go for at the first. So the inputs are going to be treated, treated like that. So basically, I'm gonna name this one player input. Player input. And what I can tell is later on, once this once that input's happened, I can say who is going to be the one who's currently doing this input. Probably. That's what I assume. So on rock, scissors, paper, I'm gonna put this player script. Can I put this in between here? Yep. Each of them can be treated differently. So I can do, let me open this. I can do it so that the input from this buttons is rather simple. It's just like an on-click event, public void, a button clicked, I don't know. And what we need is some public variables over here. So instead of giving just one option to each of them buttons by calling the function and just telling it what is the pressed button, I want to make it so that I have two possibilities. First off, the actual choice, which is going to be like, 1 is going to be rock, 2 is going to be scissors, and 3 is going to be paper, or whatever the choices. I'm going to go over that in a moment again, and just to make sure it works. But usually it should be 0. No, it's not going to be 0. And the second one on this going to be is, I'm not quite sure if it has to be public, but maybe I'm gonna give it, no, it's not going to be public. It's just an int, something like an int or a float or a string or whatever. Who is the current player? So like, let's say player ID or something. So we know later on who is the one who is pressing this currently onto this one button. And so we can send this information over to wherever needed. So whenever we now click this button, we want to talk to the game manager and do this input thing. Means I can now make this, well, this has to stay public. So I can put in the choice, and I can say player ID, which is of type integer. Maybe I need to change this later on. I don't know. So player ID. So what does all of that now mean is whoever this player ID is going to get the choice. So basically, if the player ID is equal to 1, for example, or can be or whatever, then we can say, okay, player 1 input is going to get the choice, but we don't really need to take care of who's who. So when whoever later on is going to be the player, once again, I don't know how this is going to be handled later on. We'll see. So so the player 1 is going to get the choice, and then otherwise it's like maybe I can do it like an expression as well. But let me just copy and paste. So, and if the player ID is 2, then player 2 gets this choice. Something like this. So we can implement, or I can implement a simple bot which is going to pick something and just calls the same function, passing it over its own ID. Like once a round is completed, like we create something like start new, void start new round, and we can call this at start and after we have picked a winner. So we basically can start a new timer and something like that, and then we keep on going. So how can we now start the new round? Well, basically what we want to do is let's assume the player 2 is going to be, for the moment, is going to be the AI. We want to make it so that everything works here, okay? So when we start a new round, we want to say the input from button, which is not the input from button anymore. It's just input choice. We're going to make a singleton in a moment. So input choice gets called input choice. And now we can say random, because this is going to be just a simple random AI, random.range, and now we can pick between a number from 0 and 4. Why 4? Is rather simple. The 4 is never reached. The lowest one is going to be 3 in this case, so it's literally broken down by 1. So it will be 1, 2, or 3, but never 4. And the second input is going to be the ID of player, in this case of player 2. Oh no, that was wrong. Is there anything missing over here except the semicolon? A random, not random range, random.range, this one. Okay, so save that. So, and every time we are done with the comparison over here, we can once again put in a timer, do stuff like that, yada, yada, yada. After 10 seconds, we can say, okay, for example, the AI is going to do its choice. We want to start a new round. We only want to do this if we don't return inside this pick winner scenario. So basically we want to return or get out of the loop whenever there's no winner, like there are no 3 matches in this particular case. So that means here we would return and break out of this complete scenario and never start a new round. But as long as we don't do this, we're going to say we want to start a new round. Let the AI pick something, and then it goes and continue. So is there anything else? Yes, we need to make sure that the game manager is going to be a static instance. So public static game manager instance. And we need to implement the awake method, which is monobehavior method. It doesn't have to be public, just a void type awake. In which we just say instance is equal to this. So we have a possibility from this player input just to talk to game manager input choice from the button. So, and so currently I don't know this ID, so I would just for the moment just say it's ID 1. Later on we just need to fiddle out who is going to be this one ID. So what we want to do is on button click, we just say game manager.instance.input choice, And once again, for the moment, I'm gonna put in 1 or just player ID. Oh no, wait. We're gonna put in the choice and the player ID. So I later on just need to fiddle how each of the players is going to get its own ID. So probably I can the buttons can pick it or get information about the current player, or maybe there's something I need to take into consideration. Final thing is probably something like how many wins we got, or just show some user interface or something, or something like points, which we can probably go and connect to one or the other thing. So maybe I'm gonna use just a simple TextMesh Pro scenario over here, so we can see who has how much points or something similar, or something like that. Do I need more? I guess not, at least not for the moment. So the next thing I want to do is I want to pick them 3 buttons and tell them what is the and this is what I'm gonna take from the game manager. So the rock needs a 1, the paper a 2. So I'm gonna go down in this list and say here the choice is going to be for the rock is 1, and the paper, as I said, should be the choice 2. And the scissors over here, well, not the image, but the button should get a 3. So it should be the same thing as in the game manager. So rock is 1, paper 2, scissors 3. Otherwise, the players, of course, will be confused. Don't forget to save. And now the final step is just to do some output over here, like debug.log, at least for the moment. Player 2 wins. And then I can just say return here, return. So we don't go into a new match. And I'm gonna do the same thing for the other ones. And here I just spit out player 1 wins. Totally there are 3 rounds to be played. And I just don't shoot out any information about what's the current round and who has how much points. Well, this is probably the easiest part. We just literally just need to go and do some TextMesh Pro and count up and update the text onto them. Let's pretty quickly do this. So I'm gonna need in the game manager a TextMesh Pro, or text, actually a normal text would do it as well. Using TMPRO. Once again, for me it will be red underlined. I have no idea. It's a Unity issue. I couldn't just figure. Probably it's a Visual Studio Code thing, but it still works even with that red underline crap. So I need 2 text fields. Probably I can also do a third one for what's the current round, so I can add round, up to together, so to see how much rounds have been played or something like that. So I want to use TMP underscore text, it should be, and I'm gonna give it a name like player 1 score. Player 1 score, like how many wins they have. Then player 2 score, and then I'm gonna make another one probably for the round. So the current round. And once all the rounds are over, well, the game is over and we can kick out the people out of the room or something. So each time we gonna go and do this, we want to update the text on the player points. So we can do something like what is it named? Player score 1 score. If it is a draw, we probably, we don't have any losers yet, or maybe like multiple states of a current match. So that's where a class would be better, since we could use an enum to say, or let's say to update or increase or decrease points or score from that. So each round just have to do something, and if 3 rounds are played, well, it's going to do a decision based on that. But let's screw that. What did I wanted to do? I wanted to update the text over the player 1 point, so we can say player 1. Nope. Player 2 score. Dot text. We just need to update the text as a string. It's going to be equal to. We can do something like put a string here first. P2 for player 2, and then I'm gonna put a plus. And then I'm gonna put player 2 points over here so we can see this directly inside the interface. I just need to, update this accordingly. Otherwise, otherwise, if it is a player 1, then I'm gonna do player 1 score is going to get a P1 and gonna use this P1 points over there. So I just need to copy and paste now. So copy player 1 first. So here we got this. And here we got this. I'm gonna do this after I add the points to it. Looks good. So now I'm gonna do the same thing for player 2 score. Just copy, paste. Here we got 1. Here's number 2 again. And that's nice. That's good. The final thing is just to start a game, just for the sake of starting it, because we never started a round. We just used the start method over here. No, I don't want to start a new round. I just want to have the start function like this. And in here, we of course want to start a new round. At least it's for the moment, there's no timer or anything, so we don't have any stress to test these things out. Cool. So let's try that out and see what kind of response we get and what the console is going to tell us when we now play against AI, which is going to be random stuff. So the AI is going to pick first. And me as a player, I'm gonna pick any of them. I'm gonna say I'm gonna put scissors, but it seems the AI has not chosen anything. So I'm probably gonna go and see who is doing what. Choice player ID. Player ID is going to be 1. Gonna put it. I put it a choice, but I didn't got any result here. Probably I don't give enough feedback here, which means I need to put something here as well. It's basically wins this round, or match. So I don't have, basically what I just need is probably the text fields, which I didn't implement it yet. I wonder why the text mesh, about why these things are not going to, did I put them into the wrong place? No, I didn't. This, probably the AI didn't pick any. That would be strange. So if none of these is going to have a 0. We also need to refresh the player 1 choice. Player 1 input has to be resetted afterwards, or before we start a new, or whenever we start a new round. So, and player 2 input has to be 0 here as well. So we can actually do a secondary round or multiple rounds, one after another, and then we're gonna have an input choice for our AI using the second ID. And if player ID is going to be 2, player 2 input is going to be the choice, whatever the choice has been. Okay, I'll try again. I wonder why, once again, I wonder why the score is not updated. And maybe I do return somewhere. I should get a null reference exception when I press one of these buttons, like here, here, or here. Oh, I don't have the on-click events connected, of course. That's what we need to do. So the rock button needs to be connected to itself, so to its own player input button click. Same for scissors. Add, gonna drag itself in, player input button click, and final thing. So each of them has its own number, so it needs to be like this. Save the scene, press play, see what's going on. If I put a button press now, I should get some references. When I click on this, 1, 2, 3. So that's a draw, that's okay. So that means the general button input works. What we now need to do is, which is the final step, basically just create some UI, something inside the canvas to visualize. So I'm gonna use Text Mesh Pro Text, and this is going to be player 1 score or something. And I'm gonna put this in the top left corner, something like that. So I'm gonna put this here, and then we got Control D is going to be player 2 score, play 2 score. Like this, and I'm gonna make this one now top right corner, something like that. And for the round, I can also do some other one, UI Text Mesh Pro, which we're gonna put into the center top, which is going to be my round, like so. Gonna need some light here. And now we just need to hook up them texts to the game manager. So the round is going to be this one, player 1 score and player 2 score. Don't forget to save. I should update probably them players and after, not just at the beginning, but you know. So when I now press this, we see that player 2 has a 1 and player 1 has a 2. So I don't know why that is happening. So player 1 wins. Or maybe I just pressed too often. Maybe I just double clicked or something. Let's see if I can click once. Oh, I have 3 in a row. Oh, that's actually wrong. It seems I'm pressing the wrong ones, or putting the wrong choice into the text field. So player 1 input, player 2 input is not going to be this one. We wanna see instead of player 1 points. What do we add? What do we add here? Player 1 points 2 plus plus. Player 1 points 1 plus plus. Well, basically that should be correct. If it is 3, we win. Interesting. Let me try again. That doesn't really make sense. Well, at least not for the moment. Because if I click this one once, that's a draw, but I instantly get some, I win instantly. And the game manager does not provide anything of that. So why does it win automatically on this hand when I have a rock? And I don't know what the choice of the other player has been, but it was a draw. But I instantly got a win. Player 1 input gets resetted to be 0. How often does input choice get picked or clicked? Should only be once. So the choice is 2. And player input just changes and says just this choice to player 1. Maybe I need a timer. Or maybe it's going to go too quick. I don't know. So, starting round, player input 1, 0, 0. Input choice. Random range between 1 and 3. I can just calculate this beforehand if needed. And this is just going to give back the ID. And once it does not return, and here we just wait until we got any kind of an input. Maybe I'm gonna put, do I need to put an else if statement? No, I don't. Well, literally I shouldn't. Let's try again. So I get 3 points every time. And I don't know why. I mean, this is a private variable. Player input, player 1 points. Player 2 points, player 1 point. Interesting. I have no idea what's going on here, why it is going to show me the wrong points. I should put a bool. We have a winner. I just put this just in case. To protect the pick winner over here. If not, we have a winner. Well, actually, if we got a winner, we just want to return instantly here. Return. We don't go further. Just to protect the rest over here. And so we gonna have a winner. If a winner is actually here before we debug that, we have a winner is equal to true. And so we literally can exit the game. Gonna put this everywhere, just in case. I'm gonna save this. So once again, there seems to be something strange. Paper and scissors. If input 1 paper is equal to that, and player 2 has scissors, player 2 basically gets the score here. Didn't thought that is going to hold me back so much here. Because I wanted to start with the actual networking soon. So now, why does player 1 has 1 score and player 2 has 2 score? Player 1 wins, so I cannot press on these, so they don't care about these inputs. I don't get it. Maybe by my comparison just doesn't work. So now this does not get anything. The player 1 wins instantly. He gets 3 points. Who's player 1? Player 1 is going to be me. Player 2 is going to be the other guy, the computer. Input, I'm gonna debug the input. Something seems to be fishy here. Debug.log input called. Let's see how often I get this one called. I have no idea. Something is really strange here. I mean, with one single click, I should not be able to call something 3 times in a row. Should I? Maybe I should put it in a coroutine. Probably it's easier to tackle and see where the issues are. So input is called already. By who? Oh yeah, by the AI, absolutely. So by the random pick. So the random pick already picks an input. Now I do. Then we got my input. Then we got a draw, and then player 1 wins. So who calls this? So I'm gonna copy this. If player 1 points is equal to 3. But I only get 1 point. Maybe I should debug.log the player 2 input or player 1 input first. P1 choice. And then I'm gonna put player 1 input plus gonna leave a space P2 choice. P2 choice, which is plus player 2 input. Maybe I have something wrong here. I don't know. Let's click here. So player 1 choice was a 3, and player 2 choice, which is me, I should have chosen a 2. Did I? Let's try again. So I'm gonna pick scissors. So scissors is a choice of 3. And if I pick this, player 1 choice is 3, player 2 choice is 2. So what is 2? 2 is paper, so scissors basically wins. But it should win just the round. So player 2, player 1 wins. So basically this is where we are going to land over here. So player 1 points is increased. But why does it give me 3 points? That doesn't make sense. If I get a total of 3, of course I'm gonna go and win. But if input paper, let's collapse that. And this. So if input paper and input scissors, player 2, if player 1 input, player 1 input if player 1 is using paper and if player 2 is using scissors, then of course player 2 should get points. But why do I get 3 points here? Why do I instantly tackle or pop into this one here? Wins this round I mean, how often can that happen? So let me put this also in here. Player 1 wins this round. And here would be player 2 wins this round. Player 1 wins this round. It's just for that one round. I mean, what is the problem? Gonna open this again. Player 1 wins this round. And in here should be player 2 wins this round. So, if I see multiple calls of round wins, then something is fishy over there. I mean, it is already, but who knows what's going to do to pick this. I believe this one here is wrong. No, it's... This here does not have to be an AND operator. This has to be an OR operator. If one or the other is 0, or actually is... if one or the other is not equal to 0, then we just should not pick the winner. Maybe that's the issue. Because that's what we actually want to test for if one has not picked or has not done any choice or choosing. Clear on the... Why is it playing without me? What's going on? Input choice is 0. So player 1 wins the round. How can that be? What did I made? So the AI is doing a choice. Okay, no, this has to be an AND operator. I guess that should be correct, because otherwise it's playing against each other. But how can it compare against 0? I mean, there's literally nothing which is checking against 0. So input is called. I'm gonna call input once again. I did a paper choice, which has the input of 2, choice 2. Player 2 just did that. Now we got player 1 wins, player 1 wins, player 1 wins. How can that be? Maybe I need to be a bit more precise. That's what I assumed with these else statements. So probably I need to create else if statements and just switch them. So I'm gonna make this one paper and this one rock. So maybe that is probably the issue, because every time this else statement is going to be called and this else means everything else, then this one is going to be the actual, is going to be fine. And that's why I guess I just keep on losing or winning over here, because all the 3s are going to be tackled over there in all of these. So all the first if statements did not match up. But the second one's all does. So I just rotate around, scissors, boop, save, and now we should have let's say at least a playable version, me as a player versus the computer so far. So I start the game, just test it out and see if we get all the scores and stuff like that correct. So input call from AI. I'm gonna do an input. He calls the next choose, so I'm gonna pick maybe this one. He has won twice. I'm gonna pick scissors. That's a draw. I pick scissors again, and he won 3 times in a row. That's awesome. So that's me. At the very beginning, at the start, I should just put in some basic text already. So I win once, and now player 2 wins, and no more inputs literally are not allowed anymore. So good, then awesome, that works. So the general gameplay is in place. At the very beginning in the start function, I just wanna, you know, put together the player 1 score, player 2 score, and the round. And probably every time we start a new round, I'm gonna implement this. So we say player. What is it? What is it? What is the type? Player 1 score. I should just rename them later on to be player score text or something. Dot text is equal to, and now I just put in P1 colon plus, and then put in, you know, just a 0. It should work this way. So I'm gonna do the same thing for player 2. So player 2 score dot text is P2 plus, and then we don't have anything else. And round dot text is equal to yeah, what does it start with? It was the first round actually. Save. And every time now I call start new round. Oh, basically, I just set it to be 0 here. And in start new round, since this is going to be called, let me do this afterwards. Control X, Control V. Every time I'm gonna start a new round, I'm gonna reset the round. Oh, actually increase the round. So round plus plus should be an integer. So now we got the round system working as well. Maybe not. Typo anywhere. Oh, I probably need to convert this to be a string. Dot to a string. Because there's nothing else I can... or I just I just make it... I just put in just a string over here. So it shouldn't be anything else but that. Let's see. Cannot implement a type text. So round is the text. I really should rename this. Can I just go and rename round text? So I need another integer. Int current. Let's name it current round. And gonna start at 0, so round.text is equal to current round, like this. And over here we just say current round plus plus, and I need to update the text afterwards. So round text.text is equal to current round. Yep, that should be it. Let's see. So you should see some round text here. Int cannot be converted to string, and that's what I thought. So current round dot to string, open close parentheses. Oh, there's only one. And same thing here. Current round dot to string, open close parentheses. This is only happening when you have a single integer inside and no other strings. That's why this is going to happen, you know, because it cannot convert an integer directly into a string. Okay, good to go. Maybe I make the round text a bit bigger. And auto size. And center, and then just put any number. And on start, I should see a 0 just for a second. Basically, it should instantly go to 1. And so we should have a null reference exception. Because I renamed round text, so I'm going to put round in here, save scene, and play again. So we're gonna start with P1 0, P2 0. We're gonna play one match. So I paste one, and there's a draw. Now I can. The count is going up here. Round 8 was a draw, and now we got a winner. And player 2 is a winner. And no matter what we do now, we cannot do any more rounds over here. Pretty good. So now we can go into the multiplayer stuff. I can get rid of the computer. I need to anyhow connect the stuff with the Photon, but since I don't have any account over there, you probably want to do this as well with me together. You go to the website photonengine.com, and there is this try Photon free. So I haven't created an account yet, so probably we need to do some fancy things here. Gonna do any stuff in there and say I want to register with my email address. Sign up successfully completed. Click here to continue browsing. So I will get probably an email. So I'm gonna go to my email pretty quick. Gonna do this on my other screen. So if you haven't done this yet, feel free to do so, or just follow me on this, and then we can continue getting that stuff running. So I now wait for the mail to appear. Probably it takes a minute or two, depending on however that's going to do. And meanwhile, we can take a look into what we need to do. I mean, that's not what I wanted. So we need to implement the Photon network stuff from the Unity Asset Store, I guess. So we go to Unity or Asset Store. What is it called? assetstore.unity.com. assetstore.unity.com. I'm gonna do this in another browser and just take this over. So I just lost you. Okay, there we go. What we need is the Photon 2 actually. That's what I think, which is going to be this one here. The Photon. Well, this is a Photon 2 Plus, but there's also a free one. This one here. So Photon Pun 2. Free to, like, we got 20 CCUs over here to test around and play around and stuff like that. And I just need to go and put this into my assets. So I need to log in. So I'm going to put this pretty quick on my other screen. And so hopefully I didn't forget my credentials over here. Let's hope. So since Raza, I'm gonna add this now to my assets. Latest update is on July 2020, so probably Photon is not going to work. I don't know. I just accept. We'll see what's going to happen. So now it says open this in Unity. Okay, I don't have to. So we're gonna go into Unity and go to the Windows Package Manager. And in here I should see, well, currently I have packages in project, but I also have packages in my library, which is the one I just got added to. So in that case, I should go into my assets probably. And should find somewhere Photon. Load all. 25 of 43 are loaded. Where's the rest? Load. There we go. So we got the Pun free or Pun 2 free over here. So I'm gonna go and download this pretty quick. Shouldn't be too huge over there. And then we can take a quicker look into. Hey, E-Roll, thanks a lot for tuning in. Okay, do you have experience with Photon already? I don't have any experience. That's why this session is going to be new for me, and all of that experience is new for me, and I want to see if I can anyhow just make my first multiplayer experience here. Since a bunch of people keep on requesting, so I believe I just import the complete package. As I've seen, there's a bunch of things already inside, like a chat window and stuff, or chat scenario things. And probably I'm gonna go and have to read something about it. There is a manual about turn-based multiplayer games, and probably I'm gonna see what's going to happen. And I also want to see, since that is a rather simple thing here, I try to get this anyhow running. Since I don't have much inputs, just 3 buttons, and I just want to literally, what do I want to know is I want to listen to input from the other side and want to see who is who and how can I match make them people. And I'm going to go and put a secondary build, or basically I just built one, I don't know, Linux or no, actually a Windows or just a web build or something, and try to connect to it. So people can play against each other. So basically this is the idea over here. Just to test it out. I don't know what the CCU, how this gets increased, or what's happening when 20 CCUs are going to be used. But I have seen a lobby can take up to 10,000 people. And I don't know how this is going to handle, but I believe the 20 CCU means I can have a maximum rooms, like game rooms, to do things against each other. So this is what I've seen before. So I go pretty quick in my mail channel and see if I can, or if I got something to log in already. Didn't pop up yet. So I may need to go and do another email server. So yeah, if you have any experience, please feel free to, share it with me, and maybe I'm gonna learn something from you guys too. So otherwise I could just go through and do some testimonials here and see if I can put this together. So what I now need is an app ID or an email, and since I don't have an app ID, which I want to create first, since I need to log in into this Photon website, I'm gonna see what I need to sign in. Well, I don't have a password yet. Okay, so I need to wait for the email, it seems. So let's see. Still not here. Let me try to find it on my mail server. Probably it's stuck over there. Yep, it's stuck over there, but that's fine. I'm gonna set my password now on the Photon network. So we're gonna put any random one. Start using Photon. I don't want to save my password. A dashboard. Okay, now let's do this with you guys together. So it took a second over here. Sorry about this. So when we are in this Photon, the first thing we need to do is, when we are in the dashboard, we need to create a new app. And so the Photon type is basically, what is it? I have no idea. What is the type? Is the type a real-time one? Well, basically it's a real-time one, but maybe it's also a PON. I don't know what a PON is. So yeah, let me check some things and see how we get started over here. Not that I go and pick something wrong. That would be troublesome, or actually not really troublesome, but I want to make sure that this one is not going to give me any issues later on. So I guess we need to use Pon. I have no idea. So application name is going to be rock, paper, scissors. Short description, I guess it's not necessary. My URL, I don't really need it. I just want to test things out. And I believe we just need to go and hit create. So we got this 20 CCU. Once again, I think this is how many open, what shall it be? How many open rooms or something I can have over here? Well, that's what I guess. And I need this ID over here. I don't think this is going to be any mandatory stuff over there. If so, well, then it is what it is. And this is what we need over here. Just copy that in and say set up project. And now it says is applied to this project. Done. All connection settings can be edited by Photon server settings now. Please have a look. And now we can close this window. We can close this window here as well. So that's not too bad. I mean, the first step is done, right? So now we got some Photon server settings window over here. Now we should be able to do the first calls. Well, these calls are going to be how to start that. And once again, there is a, where is the website again? Is it this one? Nope, was the wrong one. There is a documentation over here and an SDK, which is going to give us all the information about this content. So like a project setup and what is the difference between this and that. It looks like they have an Unreal Engine support as well. We obtained the app ID already, and there's the next things we need is like connection and authentication, as well as lobby and matchmaking, and then go into the game itself. So we need to create two more scenes, like a loading something scene maybe, and maybe something like a login scene, or maybe a join a room scene or something similar. I have no idea. Well, this is what I think we need over here. So to start off, I believe, well, we have imported everything, and the next thing is we need to create, what do we need to create? A connection to our game server, which, how does it have to look? Let's take a look. I'm gonna go and check some things out here and take a look. Once again, there are a bunch of scenarios I believe we can take a look into. So like here, getting started, like a quick start, and we're gonna have a timekeeper, send interval, move interval. I don't know what all these things are. So we're gonna take a look into this. App ID, game ID, lobby, create, game options, rooms. And there should be something which is, we got these things. So we need to implement these PON content. And we need to connect to master server. I guess that is the first thing over here we need to do. So I'm gonna take a look now into some other things, and probably I'm gonna fiddle whittle that out pretty quick. So I'm gonna check that out on my screen, on my other screen over here. So I believe we just need to call some basic function. I just saw something about it somewhere, like a connection to a server class. So I believe that's what we're gonna start with. So probably in my scripts folder, I'm gonna create like a network manager or something script. Net. Maybe we name it connect to a server script or something like that. So I believe that's where we're going to start with. We need to anyhow connect to our server. We have the app ID over there. We just need to implement, well, that's what I assume, the Photon class of photon.pun. So to talk to the server anyhow, and then there is some call, some special call. So first off, let's see if we have any issues with using the Photon.pun, this one. But it doesn't seem so. Looks it works. And now we're gonna go and start. I get rid of update since I don't think I need this over here. I don't need this, of course. So we should be able to call Photon network. And here we got a bunch of callbacks, and there should be a connect to something. Like connect to master. I believe it's connect to master. Let me pretty quickly take a look. I believe it's, oh no, it's different. It's connect using settings. Connect using settings. I believe that's the one. Connect to Photon as configured in the Photon server settings file. I don't know where this file is, but probably we're gonna stumble upon this. And if that does not be the correct one, then we need to do it another way, meaning we need to fiddle out that one in, let's see if there are any issues with that, just in case. So always check your console when you go and tackle new things. Looks good. So Photon seems to work without any issues. That's fine, at least. So we don't have any content error over there, which is good. So at start, we anyhow connect to Photon with using the connection from the settings menu. Probably it's because, or it's using the app ID as being as seen as a connection over there. So let's see what we need is what I want to use actually is some kind of an input field, and we need a callback in these in here, which should be a public override void type of unconnected. I'm not quite sure if that unconnected connected. We need to do this mono behavior a bit different. It has to be PUN callbacks, this one, and so unconnected now should be in the list. Unconnected to master, this one. So it gives us now the possibility to say what we want to do. Something like, hey, we want to join a lobby or something similar. So we can say Photon network. What is this one? No, not Photon view. God damn it, can type today. Photon network. Now we should be able to join a lobby. We could also use something like a join or create a room, but I want to maybe join a existing or open or free lobby, probably as a player. So we want to wait for something or somebody. Like we always want to connect two people to join one room. And so I believe when this callback gets a return from the Photon server that we have connected, then we want to try to join a lobby or, something like that. Well, that's what I assume should go and happen over there. There's one thing I don't really know is if we need to put a singleton around it, so like a static net manager or something, like a static instance of all that content. So we're gonna use that. Maybe I'm gonna create, there's a join or create room scenario we could try to use here as well. And we can also say how many rooms there should be. So let's try that. Public void. I'm gonna name this create or join room. So this is for this matchmaking stuff. Well, I hope it works. I have no idea. I'm just completely new over here. So if Photon network dot count of rooms is bigger than 0. Well, there is at least one room over here. We want to try to join some. So we could, instead of using unconnected master, we could just say we want to join a random room. So let me comment this out pretty quick. So it doesn't let me this way. Nope, that was the wrong button. I tried to join a random room first. So I'm gonna say Photon network dot join random room, like this. So we know there's at least one room, but it doesn't probably tell me how much there is inside one of these rooms. So we need to put in probably something like an else argument over here and say we're gonna have some room options. Well, that's what we should have, room options. But room options is not available. What do I miss here for this room options? I'm not quite sure if that is sitting in another room options. Maybe that's just ignored. Or maybe it has been changed. So we want to do this, room options is equal to a new room options. Not quite sure if that why room options is not available. It says there is no assembly to something, so I cannot make use of that. Why is that? It is part of which namespace? Gonna pretty quickly take a look where this room options are going to be part of. So maybe I need a different namespace for this room options over there to get this one up and running. So that's pretty strange. Room options. Let me check the documentation. If you guys can help me out with that, feel free to do so and pass in room string. Oh, thanks, Eroll. I'm gonna take a look. So, room string, room name, room options. Yeah, but the name or the namespace for room options, which namespace does it share? Lobby create, join room options. But for me, it's not, it's giving me an error. And I wanna, I wanna say options dot maximum player is going to be 2. And I just don't know what this class is about to be. Like, where do I get this information from that? So maybe this is an old one. I have no idea. Do I have room? I mean, I don't know. Do I have room? Count of rooms, join room, create room. No, I don't have the options for room in general. Oh, okay, Eroll, thanks. Probably the same issue with the TextMesh Pro somehow. I have no idea. So yeah, once again, I don't have room. I don't know what a room is, and I don't know if room or room options are part of the Photon, not part of Photon PON, but probably on the real-time namespace. That's what I don't know. So that's what I need to figure out pretty quick. Yeah. Since for me, once again, it's not available. Let's see if it is using Photon Photon. Hey, Photon.realtime. No idea. Maybe that is part. There we go. So room options is part of the real-time network over here, or real-time namespace. Literally, that's what it is. So we can now put these options together, it seems, and from here I can now set the options as I just showed in the documentation, which is here. Which is we just put in a new room options over there, and then we can say options.maximum player, and then we can create any kind of a room over here. So open close parentheses, and now we can pass in data. So options.maximum players is equal to 2. And well, then I need to do this peer something, I guess. So that's what they say. I don't know why I should give it a name. I mean, it could be named anything. Or maybe I don't need this option. But let's see. Probably I need to update something over here or send something over the network. It's a type lobby default, whatever. Maybe I can just pass in nothing. So something like Photon network dot create room, and then pass in just null and the options, maybe like that. Looks good, or actually makes more sense now, at least for the moment. So instead of saying unconnected to master joining the lobby, we can instantly join a room, like a free room. Maybe I'm gonna use the join lobby later on, not quite sure. Hi Josai. What I'm making, I try to make a Photon multiplayer game with the game Rock, Paper, Scissors behind it. So I currently try to connect to the Photon network itself by using the free solution, in which I can have like 20 rooms open, I guess. And I try to tackle the issue connecting two players from anywhere over the world together to play against each other, just rock, paper, scissors. Why do I do this? Is I got a bunch of requests in the past on how to do this. Like, for example, I have a bunch of tutorials, which are probably linked down below, about multiplayer scenarios in general, meaning I have a Ludo course, and a bunch of people want to play Ludo over the network against other players, as an example. So this is basically the aim for me to see, okay, how can I do this with 2 people? Probably I can later on do this with 4 people in other projects, or maybe I'm gonna have other games which people can play against each other, like, battleships as an example. Or I have so many courses which are literally local player or play against an AI, but I never tackled the issue creating a multiplayer scenario. And this is the first time for today, and I want to give my best, actually. To fiddle out what's going to happen over here. What do I need to pass in? What are the bottlenecks, and how easy is it actually to do this? So what do I do now is I want to create a scene changer, just in case. So I want to change a scene. I don't know if I, once again, have to create a singleton later on, or if a Photon network is going to stay active in the background. So this is something else I need to take a look into. So later on, I want to load levels, and I want to use the Photon network to load the correct level, to be the one whichever is the current scene. Like if it is a game scene, then I want to change that. So for example, if I go from a lobby, copy, paste. I want to do this like I want to bring any name over here, any string of a scene. For example, the game scene. It can be a lobby scene, can a chat scene, can be any scene that's released. So I can reuse this function later on. So this is what I wanna take a look into. Once again, I may need to do connect server being an I don't destroy on load game object. Like a singleton. Maybe I just prepare it and just make sure I have always this this connect to server thingy running. Maybe I need to take it from one scene to another so it stays active in the background if needed. I mean, I don't know. We don't know. I don't know. I just try to fill that out. So just in case I make it as a public static instance of connect to server. Maybe I don't need it. I don't know. Connect to server instance. Hey, that's not what I wanted. Instance. And as you probably know already, we're gonna have the avoid awake method, which just makes sure that we keep that as being the only instance in our complete game or scene. So whenever we go into, let's say, a loading scene, we want to make sure that we connect to the server already, and then we probably get already a free game. I don't know if there's like a reconnection timer thing, like if there are all rooms are if all rooms are taken, what's going to happen? I have no idea. So maybe there's like a waiting line going on. I don't know. So what we need to tell is instance is equal to this. Oh, instance is equal to this. And just in case, let's make it a don't destroy on load function. Don't destroy on load. And we're going to pass in-game object. Just in case. I mean, usually I don't do this as long as I don't need an object in another scene. So like taking it over to another scene. Usually I don't use this. Well, yeah. So what's next? What do we need? Well, we can change a scene. We can now join a room, can join a scene. We're gonna connect whenever we load a scene, the first scene, we're gonna connect to the Photon network using the API, using the API, the app key thingy wingy, the app ID, and that should be basically it. We're gonna make sure that each room has a maximum player set of 2. So since it is a 2-player game, later on if it is a 3-player or 2 or 4-player game, well, then the options probably need to be changed. I mean, that's what I assume over here. So let's see, what else do we need to do when we are connected? So we got any name. When I believe when we have joined a room, we want to go and, you know, change the scene probably. So we need to wait for the callback. That's what I assume is going to be the next step. So we want to change the scene, or we want to join or create a scene. So basically we call this function. So, and that's what I assume we're going to do next. So I'm going to keep this here just in case, comment it out. So it's going to be once again a public override void on joined room. This one. Like if we have joined a room, which means it's not the game room, it's the room inside the Photon network, then we want to say we want to create or join a room. So, this is going to do, if there are multiple rooms, then we want to join a random one. Otherwise, like if there are, you know, when players are not maxed out in this one room, then we join a free one and wait for somebody to join this current room. That's the thing. That's what I assume. And this is the callback from the server. So we wait for that until we are able to do that thing. Let's see what else. Maybe we're gonna have to do something like if it had like a fail save. Like if we failed to join a room or not. Let's take a look. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. on operation response. I believe we need the on connected to master scenario still, just to get some feedback. And instead of using that on join room not on join room, but maybe we need to do this in this one here. So we don't want to. Let's see. So instead of joining a lobby, which we could probably do as well, we're probably gonna go for and do two more like that. So whenever we are connected to the server, we want to join instantly a room or something. And in here, we're probably gonna go and send some debug line or something, debug.log. That we joined a room, or you joined a room, something like that. Joined, typos everywhere. So we should be able to test even already this one out and get a feedback after we were able to connect to the server by using just that instance. And where is my Unity? Let the compiler run first. We should be able to get a response from the server, if that makes anyhow sense, whatever we have done there. And on the Photon side, we should see that we did something. I believe we just make sure that we create. Not quite sure if we should do it in this function or in this room, but let me rename the scene. So I just name it game. Wait. What did it wanted me to do? I don't know. So let's assume we're gonna go and have a starting scene or something. We want to make sure that that we call the server. Let me create a new scene. Which could be, you know, any loading scene. I'm gonna go and create a new scene. Just a 2D one, create, and we can implement anything to load a game to, or probably we need a lobby as well. So it could be a menu scene. The menu could already be our how shall I say? Yeah, our thing, our loading scene. This is going to be our let's say connection, or so. Let me name this object server connection. We wanna put our little script on this, the connect to server thing over here, which means when we now hit start, I need to save this first. Save as scenes. I'm gonna name this loading. It could be also a lobby or something. I just name it loading, so we know what's going on. And when we now press play in the console, we should see something like a debug line over here as a response from the server. Well, that's what I hope. So as you can see, the PUN is going to be in development mode, which is okay. This is just a debug log, and now they say you joined a room. So we got a response from the server by, as we see here, we see, okay, we have joined, literally have joined a room. So, and now we could wait for input from the other side, or for a second player. And when a second player has been found, we probably put some input fields and stuff like that. Well, that's what we should do over here to know who's who and how is what. We gonna go and need to create an input field like that. So we have literally take an ID, and so we can use this to compare the results of both players later on. So who has sent which information over the Photon network. So that's the first nice step over here to see that we are able to connect to a room. Which is fine, absolutely impressive actually. So first big step for me over here, pretty good. So now we need to take care of some other things, like we could, create some nice input fields with text areas and stuff like that, and probably put some user interface together, and maybe make a simple button like a play button. And whenever we press that play button, we're gonna get some feedback probably. So let's create this. So basically, this is still my loading, or it's not really lobby. I mean, maybe it does, but it's not. Let me create a UI room canvas. Oh, just name it whatever. And I need a UI input field. Where is it? This one. In which we want to just, simply enter a name. So enter name or player name, or maybe name it player name. And we can use that as being an identifier, I would say. Can we just scale this up and it works without issues? Text area, placeholder, enter player, or our player name probably is a better one, player name. So people know what to put in. And maybe we do auto size. No, not really. That might be fine, I don't know. And then we got text, and this text field is going to be the actual input. And we need this, we need a play button. So we say UI button. Where's the button? And this is going to be our play button. And over here, we're gonna say play game or play or something like that. I don't know. And now we go and increase that a bit. I don't know what's happening when we stop it. Do we instantly leave the room when we stop the running instance? I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna make this just a bit grayish, just to get something. So let's see if I press into this input box. Maybe I should limit the input by something. So George. Okay, so I can put in a name. This input field itself is quite small, so I'm gonna go and change the settings here to be something like a 30. A test. Oh, it doesn't show me test. Try again. Maybe I'm gonna make it not grayish, but fully black or green. So George, or how's George spelled? This one. But yeah, that's fine. Size is fine. So whenever we press play, we want to go and join a room later on. So we don't have any issues with the with knowing who's who, I guess. And probably in game scene, we also can, instead of showing player 1, player 2, we can just say George has 1 point and Melody or whoever, or Jessica is player 2. I'm gonna save the scene just in case, and so I don't lose anything. And what else do we need over here? Maybe we can put in something else. So maybe a secondary input field, or maybe a secondary some other option where we can say we show player 1 versus player 2, and we hide this when we have joined, when we have played. Then we're gonna put another field like a input or an image or something, or a panel. We don't overlay, but we wanna just deactivate, let's say, this panel. Let me make a UI image first, and let's assume it has a size of whatever. Gonna make it black, or maybe something like so semi-transparent. Always looks nice. Center this anywhere. Now I take the play button and the player name and make them part of this image. And this image here is going to be my, let's say, login or whatever. A panel. No, that's not what I wanted. Login panel. And I need to zoom out again quite far. Double click just made it worse. So, and now I take the play button, just bring it down a bit over here. I don't care about the anchors and stuff now. I guess that's good as is. No, that's not what I wanted. Maybe make it like this. And if I now go and duplicate this panel, or maybe more, or just create a new image which literally has the same size as this one. So UI image. Hopefully I can. Yep, I can do that. So I can just, you know, stack or snap it to it. So this is going to be my, let's say, lobby something, my matchmaker or my match screen or match panel. So meanwhile, we try to find somebody. We want to see who has connected the first place, who is the second one, and then we, I don't know, anyhow wait until the server is going to connect us with us together, like literally. So and we have the option, or hopefully I'll have the option to leave the actual lobby over here. This is going to be the next thing I want to tackle. So again, what do I want is I want some information. I want to have some text fields and a button. So let's start with the button. So I want to have a leave a button. So I can leave the lobby if I want to, and I'm gonna put a leave here. Leave. Once again, I don't care about beauty and stuff now. I just try to, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna give something else to it later on. And what do I want to see is in the top, some text elements. So the input of the name, UI text Mesh Pro. It's the player one name, like so. And I want to make it black. No, I want to make it white. And this match panel should be black and semi-transparent or something. So later on, this login panel is basically hidden. Meanwhile, we are waiting for other players and a second or first and secondary player. And then we're gonna switch between them things. I'm gonna center this one out. So it's going to be like player name. Gonna make it a bit, gonna stretch it a bit over here. Hopefully the people are not going to choose too huge names then, but that's okay. Gonna copy that, which is going to go maybe here. And this is going to be player 2 name. Get rid of that stuff, like so. And then I'm gonna put another text field in the center, UI text. And this is just a who against who, like a versus. Maybe I'm gonna make it an auto size, like rather huge. Can tint it, make it red. Make it center. Where's the center? This. And put this over here maybe. So we have player 1 versus player 2. And then we need an info maybe about game is going to start, which gets I don't know, maybe a font size of 12 or something, or maybe of 15, 16. Oh, not that's huge. 16, and then I'm gonna center this one out as well. Gonna shrink it down a bit. Maybe I can also go and do auto size. I just want to make sure that everything is kind of centered over here. Once again, I don't care about too much, but at least a bit. So we have player 1 goes versus player 2, and the game is going to start, and we are able to leave maybe soon. And now we need to what do we need to do? We now need to create content to connect them all together. So kind of need to get some new scripts to connect them to each other, like for this one menu over here. So let's create a new C# script to name it menu or something, and double click to open. I hope this is not taking too much time, but I believe there are some things we need to take in consideration. And each of them scripts now need to use the Photon network thingy and the namespace for the user interface. So let's start with that. So we need the TextMesh Pro thingy, TMP-RO. Maybe I'm not quite. Yes, we need the UI namespace because, like using Unity engine.ui, because of the input field, we need to know. Oh, there's a typo. Unity engine.ui. U to D. I don't know what that is. A new namespace. And again, as I said before, we're gonna use the Photon.pun. We hopefully don't need the real-time thing, but let's just put it in just in case. So Photon.real-time namespace, like so. We need to make sure it's a mono behavior pun callbacks, PUN callbacks. This one. I believe we can get rid of update, but I don't know. What we need is some connections to our panels, so to the game objects, which means we're gonna have a public game object, and this is going to be the, how did I call it? The match panel and the login panel. So we need to connect them both so we can activate and deactivate them. So what did I name it? Match panel. And login panel, yeah, that's what I called it. So, whoops, what's happening? Public game object login panel, something like that. So we can activate and deactivate them. Then we wanna probably connect our play button. So we put a callback on the button if needed. And we also need the TextMesh Pro content to fill in content of the name, player 1 name, player 2 name, so we know who's who. Probably I can use this later on to know who is who for the game itself, so when people are going to connect to each other. So public button, play button. I'm not quite sure. Maybe we need to connect leave later on as well, like leave button. Just put stuff in here, and now we're gonna put the text elements. So we got a TMP Pro. It doesn't work here. TMP_text. That's what it was. And so we got the player 1 name. Let's say text now. And we got the same thing for the player 2. So I copy this, paste. Player 2 name text, and maybe we're gonna do something with the game is starting text. So just in case, for example, we can update the players, like trying to find a player, trying to do this, trying to do that, something like this. So this is going to be the game starting text. I don't know, game start text. Something like that. Now in start, we want to put or tell the play button to be not interactable. As long as there's no name inside. So interactable is equal to false. And we want to say our game start text.text is equal to Basically, we just deactivate it. So text dot game object dot game object dot set active. Oh, dot set active. Can't I? Why can't I do this? Game start text dot game object. That's interesting. Dot game object. Should be a small one. Game object dot set active. False. I don't know why that doesn't show it to me, but the syntax should be fine. Pretty strange. So now we need to, let me get rid of update. We need to do the callback thing. So whenever we are connected to the master server for for this callback inside this one room, we want to make sure that we're gonna go and activate the play button so we can actually play around. We literally don't have to put in any text over there. This is going to be the next thing. So we once again need to do public override void on connected to master, as we have with the other one, and then we can say play button dot interactable equals true. So we can click on it, and once again we can also check against the input fields. If there is nothing inside, we probably don't want to activate the play button. So we have at least to have one name. I don't know yet. So what else can we do? We can make a function to switch between the two game panels over here, like between the login panel and the match panel. So the match panel is only showing whenever we need it, and so we can create another function for that, like whenever we are logged in, literally, that we are going to activate and deactivate that whoever we want to activate. But before we do so, we deactivate them all. So public void set game, let's say set active panel, open close parentheses, and here we're gonna say the login panel dot set active to be false. So we deactivate this first, and we're gonna do the same thing for the match panel. So match panel dot set active to be false as well. So we don't have any issues with that thing. And the final step is we gonna implement some game object we wanna activate. So game object panel. That's the panel to be activated, and so we can now say something like panel dot set active to be true. So we always make sure all gets deactivated before we activate the one we want to activate. Literally something like that. Okay, so whenever we want to update our name inside the input panel, we're gonna get some input itself, and we can go and create our own. We can use that input field from somewhere later on, from the TXMesh Pro input field, and use that, as I said before, probably as a read object or something like that. Yep. So I'm gonna create a new public void, and we can name this on update player name input. And we can pass in TXMesh Pro tmp underscore input field. It's so bad that this is not going to get recognized here on my side. Name input. And now we can say Photon network.nickname, Photon network.nickname is equal to name input. Well, that's what I assume. .text, of course. With an exclamation, not with a question mark, but with a equal sign. So we just set it directly over there, and then we're gonna create a public void on play button. We want to join the room. Actually, we want to talk to the connect to server and then say, okay, let's join the room, and wait for the callback, of course, of the Photon network. So we can say connect to server dot instance dot, and now we can say create or join a room, like so. We don't need to have any inputs. We don't have any arguments over there. And now in the next one, we want to wait for the response. So public void on room joined, on joined room, this one. Oh, it auto-filled it on joined room. What we can now do is we can set the actual active panel. So set active panel to be the login panel, I guess. Oh no, the actual match panel, match panel, because we have implemented this already, and then we need to update. Then we need to update the text fields later on, who has joined, and put in the player one name text from the name input, I guess. So now we can go and talk to the Pun RPC. And now we can say what we want to happen when we update the actual, or if like we want to update the lobby UI over here. So we can do something like void update with a big U lobby UI. Since we need to wait for the server to tell us who we are playing against. So that's what what this thing is going to be about. Use the flags as remote callable, so it can be called from the server side. That's what I assume over here. So, but probably we can use something else over there. I don't know. We'll get there, I guess. So when we have joined the room, like here we are activating the match panel, we're gonna have to also update the view. So we can say photon view.rpc, and now we can call the function update lobby UI. We're gonna pass in rpc target dot all. So all targets get updated. In this, so every player gets a unique number, I would say, and so it starts with 1 instead of 0, and that's probably what we can use to be who's the current player. And we can update the player name. So everybody who is listening to this, we can say photon. No, it's the player one name text. Player one name text dot text is equal to, and now we're gonna get this from the Photon network. So Photon network dot current should be current room dot get player, and now we can pass in an ID and something like that. In our case, you want to find ID1, and we can take its nickname. .nickname. Typos everywhere. So we can pass this inside inside this name, and we're gonna do the same thing with player 2. So copy, and this is the thing we can probably use later on as an input to send over who had the last turn and what has to be updated over there. If we want to be a bit more precise, I believe we could go and take the can make sure that we actually got one player in the current room. So instead of Photon network dot current room, like a 0 would return probably an issue. We want to be taking the player list dot length, which is an array of all these guys inside. And if the size is equal to 2, then we want to call or want to get this from the player 2 actually. So we're gonna take this. Otherwise, we wanna not do that. Probably wanna put in something else. So I'm gonna put in a 2 over here. This is an expression, and then we can say colon, and then we can say something like 3 dots, or question marks or something. So we fill in literally empty data into the text field. So the player knows we are searching for some player still. Meanwhile, we have not a length of 2. If we have later on a player 4 or different lengths over here, we want to probably do the same thing if you have 4 players in your game and so on. So if the length is 2 or bigger or equal to, then we get this. If we have a bigger than 3, then we're going to do that, and so on and so forth. So this is basically what is going to fill the text fields over here. We, once again, when we have joined the room, we call this RPC call over here and update the players accordingly, or the player names accordingly, into the correct or into the connected play fields over here. What's next? Let me drink something pretty quick, because it's going to take, I believe, another hour before we can work on or see what's going on over here. Before I do continue, I want to see if I have any issues inside here, like inside the console, so any typos or something like that. Oh, and we need to make one thing, is if somebody has left the room, we want to make sure that we catch that information and put this like in an extra, callback, because we don't know the only who knows is going to be the Photon network actually. So we're gonna use the public override void on player left room instead of base blah blah blah. We're gonna just call our update lobby UI over here. That's what I assume. So we update that. We're gonna get an RPC call once again. We should be able to update this one accordingly, meaning we are again taking a look into the Photon network and see who lost the connection and so on and so forth. And so we don't have any issues with that later on. Also, I'm happy that the TMP_input field is not going to give any issues over there. So when now we got enough players over here, we probably we should be able to start the game. So we can, if these two have been found literally, like the player length is equal to 2, then we should be able to call the connector server and say we want to start the actual game with just loading a scene or something, like using, but in this case using the Photon network over here. So what we want to do first is we want to check if we have enough players inside our network or inside our in our room. So if Photon network dot current current room dot length, if that is equal to 2, oh, that's wrong. Current room dot length No, current room, not current room, if the player list. If the player list dot length is equal to 2. This way. Then we can literally update the game loading text, or like, and in this case, we can just unhide it. So we can say game start text dot game object dot set active. Now it's showing me that's working to be true. So we see, okay, we got enough players. So please wait. We are loading literally and trying to start the actual game. So now we want to go and make a request again to the Photon network. It's Photon network dot is master client. If that is the case, we want to invoke to start. We want to try to load a game. We want to try to start a game over here. But before we can do this, we're gonna create a new try start a game method. So we need to fiddle out if there are any issues. Meanwhile, probably somebody lost the connection, and so on and so forth. This is going to be something we need to take in consideration. We want to invoke. No, not this way. Invoke. What do we want to invoke? Is the try start game, and then we should be able to put in a time over here. Like a repeat time. I believe it's a repeat time. And is invoke correct? I believe it has to be big I. No, it's a small one. That's a big one. Yeah, it should be the big one. Invoke. Then the method. And we need a F probably here. So what does it do? It is actually invokes a method in time, in seconds. So it waits for 4 seconds, or maybe we're going to reduce it to 3, I don't know. And then after that, it's going to try to start a game. Whenever we have enough players inside the list, and we have a are we a master client or not? So master is probably done by the Photon thing. And whenever we want to start this, we want to make sure that that we have still enough people inside the playlist, and then we can call to change the scene and run the game literally by using our connector server thing. So in that case, we again, just in case, check if a Photon network dot player list, if that is still a length of 2 after this 4 seconds. So once again, probably want to go and change that. We want to call our connector server dot instance dot photon view dot RPC, and we need to pass in the method. In our case, it's going to be the change scene method. The change scene method is the one we were creating here. We just pass in a scene name over a string, and then Photon Network is loading this complete level over there. So since we don't take this input into the next, we don't take this menu, a scene or this menu script, we don't take it with us into the next scene. We just take connect server with us. So that's why we're going to call connect to server. Then we need to define the target. So it's going to be RPC target all. So all people which are connected to it. And then we need to define the scene we want to load. It's going to be the game scene over here. If that's not the case, else we want to hide the actual. We want to actually hide the what is it called? The text field. Which I just forgot the name about. Where is it? Didn't I have it here? It was the game start text. This one. Game object dot setActive to be false. We just hide it because we have not found enough people, so we can hide it, and we probably try. Or wait again for the next round. And then we got this leave button, which is public void leave button. Like if we want to leave the session for whatever reason, because we have to go somewhere, we're gonna go and talk to Photon network again and just leave room. Photon network dot leave. Not lobby, leave room. This one. So wherever we have been, and then we can again update the panel and just set the login panel or the match panel be active again, or just so we update this for everybody once again. So set active panel, and then we're gonna put in the login panel, I guess, the main one, the login panel. And this one here needs that's what I assume, the PUN RPC as well. So now we need to hook all of that things up, I guess. So we can see who's going to be connected. Oh, there's a mistake. I expected a semicolon. Let's try again, see if there are any issues. Looks good. So what we get is, what we currently have is the server connection over here. And we now need to take our menu. So we create a new menu something. This is just for this purpose over here, which we gonna go and put our menu script on, where all our login panels and all this stuff is going to be connected to this one specific room. And we also need to add the Photon view to it. Photon view, where is it? This one. This is needed. And we're gonna get this view IDs over here. I don't know if that is going to happen automatically based on who's first and probably who is second. So we can now hook all these things to it, so we know where's the actual, or who's going to be the login panel, who's going to be the match panel, and so on. And on the network or the server connection over here, we need a Photon view as well. And as you can see, we got a Photon view number 2 over here, which happens automatically for whatever reason. So probably we need to go and change that to be, this one is going to be maybe number 1. And the other one is number 2. So the menu is maybe number 2 or any other. So let me just... nope. Where's the menu one? Gonna bring this hierarchy up so I can see it easier. Maybe I'm gonna make this a 3. Does that work? And then I make this one a 1 and this one a 2. So the server connection is going to be the Photon view number 1. So the main entry, or the main instance, I should say. We could also get rid of the, like, if you cannot resort it literally, you can probably also get rid of the Photon view first. So this one here gets the 1 and then menu gets the 2. So let's connect all the necessary things. So we got the login panel, which is this one. We got the match panel, which is this one. We got the play button, so naming convention is king. Remember that. And now we got player 1 name. It's going to be this text. Player 2 name is this text, and then we got this one here. Which text is it? It's going to be the game start text. Oh, sounds a bit weird. Or it looks a bit weird. So again, to menu, we're gonna put the game start text over here. We get all of the things connected. We shouldn't get any issues whenever we try to connect them at all. And on the player name input, on this one, we should have the on value changed string, and we probably can connect our menu to this to call the function. We need to update the input field or the text over there. So we're gonna take the menu, put it in here, and from the menu itself, we got this on update player name input, TMP input field, and now we can take the corresponding field we want to put in, like who are or where are we going to take this stuff from. So I believe, since that is the complete thing, I believe we can directly take the same the same thing and put itself into it. So whenever it starts, we got this one together. So now we need to also put the play button. We're gonna take the on-click event and we connect this to the menu itself as well. So we take menu as an object, go to menu and pick on play button. It should be like so. So whenever we press it, that we are, able to press it. Then we got the leave room or leave button over here. We created the leave menu here as well. Menu on leave room, on leave button. How did I name it? On left room, leave button, this one. So don't forget to save. And now we can connect or put in all the content already inside our game scene. And so we create a new, we go to build settings. That's what I say. We got the game and we got the menu scene. So I'm gonna go to scenes and the loading actually. I'm gonna put this above the game scene itself. So we just have that inside. And the menu scene or the loading scene has to be the first one, like in the hierarchy, so we can connect to the actual RPC, or actually to the content over there. So last thing is we want to activate the login panel and deactivate the match panel, because the match panel is the one which should be connected in the second phase, literally after we were just doing the login. And now we should be able to pass in a name. Let's see what's going to happen when we just try it out. And we're gonna maybe get some information over here in this content. And now we haven't pressed anything over there. So I couldn't even press a button, so probably I've missed a step, or maybe it's just going over that because why is the on play button, that's the only way when it should actually start. Unconnected master to server play button dot interactable is equal to true. That's interesting. That shouldn't happen. I mean, I should be able to at least put in my input before. So on value changed, on update player name input. Let's pretty quickly see on update player name input. We just update the nickname inside the Photon network. But why is it starting? Update to lobby UI. On player left room. When does it change? I mean, shouldn't I be able to, like when I've joined, shouldn't I be able to leave this current room again? And let's try. So when I leave, I should be here, and now I should be able to pass in my name. And when I now press play, I should go here, and the name is now here. But the thing is, well, this is working, but it puts me back into it before I just hit the play button. So this is not what I want. So the question now is, what did I miss, or what did I do too much over here? I mean, I only want to update this one if I click the button, if I hit the play button over here. Maybe I missed one step. I just don't know how that could be. Because I didn't invoke anything before, and I just play button interactable, game object is deactivated. Oh, I believe it's this one. If I join the room, I don't want to see the match panel. I want to see the login panel. That's what I assume. So let me pretty quickly check if there are... I'm gonna have the login panel here. When do I call the match panel? Oh, something is wrong here. If I join the room... No, if I join the room... Maybe unjoined room is wrong. On leave room. Maybe I made a mistake over here. Let me pretty quickly take a look and see if I just had a mistake or made a mistake over here. Because it seems that whenever I join this room, I instantly go to the match panel, but that should be correct. So whenever I joined a room, that means whenever I have created a connection to it, but before I join a room, I need to hit the play button, don't I? Maybe I didn't save, but I don't think so. So when I leave, I want to go to the login panel. At the very start, the login panel should be true. The match panel should only be called. When do I activate this? The only one is here when I join the room. But I have no chance to put my... That doesn't seem to be correct over here. Maybe I should put a debug line over there and see who is calling this and when do I... I believe join room is going to be called before already. So I'm like when I load, I already join a room without pressing the button. So it's probably connecting me to the room before I tell it to do this. So it seems that I'm getting connected. I'm getting connected before I... So basically, it's like this one here. This one is... It seems that this one is calling me to be inside a random... or inside a new room. Join random room. But I should have a name before I do so. That's pretty strange. If there's more than one room, then I join a random room. I believe this is going to be the one which is actually putting me in one room. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. So let's see. Who is going to put me in that? So the on player left room, on joined room. So whenever I've joined a room, I activate the match panel. So I want to see who that is, who's calling or who's giving me that debug .log. Where does this come from? This, or maybe it doesn't do this on joined room over here, but it does it on the connect to server thing. I'm gonna say showing match panel. Save that. Oh, need to close line with semicolon and debug.log with a big L. Save. Let's see if who's going to put me in that. Is there the is it the menu or is it the server connection? I believe it's the server connection, but I just don't know why that is. Maybe there's something open server-sided, so it just joins the room no matter what and doesn't give any name over here. So showing match panel and join the room. Did that got created automatically? It seems like it. Yeah, that's pretty strange. I have no idea. But I believe the next thing is I could create a build and see if I can connect two people at the same time and get into a room. So I can use one of these. There's also another way to do it where I can, I don't know what it is called, but it's an asset which can be, imported, and then you can see two, like a copy or multiple copies of the same Unity. Let's say you make a copy of Unity editor, and then you can make two things or create two things at the same time. So in that case, I can see or can probably connect two people at the same time. So let me make a build first. So I go to build settings. I make a Windows build. I can also make a WebGL build. Shouldn't matter. Which, well, I don't know, since there was an information about Pon is in development mode, and it has something to do with the developer region is not empty EU. It overrides the found best region, server Proton settings, yada yada yada. And so I don't know if I have to do anything for it. So let me make a build. So I want to make a build, just a PC build. So I go and create a new folder, PC build or Windows build. Oh, build. Maybe I make an underscore in front of it so I can find it easier. I don't like to create multiple builds, but maybe I have an issue anywhere and need to fiddle out that stuff. So I want to go and have one build which I can literally sign in with any with any name, and then hit the play button, and then I want another one to join. And in the final step, I want to see that the game scene has been loaded when 2 people are going to be inside an actual room. So the server is giving the feedback to both. So both are going to load the game scene. This is what I want to achieve now. And if I later on exit, then I'm gonna go and leave room and change scene back to it says unable to find player assembly. I don't know what that is. But let me just sit it out and wait until the build is complete so I can take a look into it. I didn't do any changes or anything. Probably I need to get rid of this development build signage here, but I don't care. So I got an exe file. So if I load it, it tells me, yes, do you want to let this one into the network? And now I should be inside the lobby, and I'm gonna leave first and say my name is Octo1 and hit play. And now I don't want to be in full screen mode. I don't know why it put me inside the full screen mode. So I hit Alt Enter so I can put this on the side. And now I go and play here. And now I'm gonna go and put, I wanted to put it into, but you can see Octo1 is going to be already in the scene, and now it says here, change scene, the Photon view 1, implement as non-static, apply PON RPC components as you're not found. It seems I just forgot something over here. So the change scene method needs the PON RPC. I'm gonna copy this just to keep it in mind. And I need to probably I need to go and rebuild afterwards, which is ugly, but has to be done. So where's the? It should be here in change scene. This one. So it listens. Oh, it should. Treat this as being loaded over here. Hi Stefan, you got all my Udemy tutorials. Oh, then I have a good great update for you. Hopefully next week I'm gonna be releasing Connect 4 as a Udemy course. So in this we are treating what is it called? Minimax algorithm. So if you haven't learned Minimax yet, then there's something new for you. So just first we're gonna go like in this course, you learn first, 2-player movement and stuff like that. So where to put a coin into this Connect 4 board. And in the second one, we're gonna tackle Minimax algorithm, which is rather advanced. So probably you wanna take a look into this as well. I'm gonna post a video once it is available. I believe it should be in the middle of the next week, hopefully. So probably on Wednesday or maybe on Tuesday, depending on how quick Udemy is. I'm gonna post a discount link also on my channel. So probably on the video. So I'm gonna send the introduction video for this over here. So what to learn and yada yada yada. and there will be the link down below afterwards. So feel free to check it out. Or you will get a get the discount mail probably also, since you are in a Udemy one already. So you will get the discount by mail, I guess. So I'm gonna push out a mail about this course, so you will get this over the Udemy network, I believe. So if you haven't blocked them as being a spam or something, I don't know how that could be. So connect to server RPC or PUN RPC. I guess I'm gonna have to rebuild this right now, so I get rid of this error message here. And I believe it has to be in both. But the server connection should have Photon view, which it does. So I'm gonna go build settings, and I believe I need to clear or kill the other one PC build. So I'm gonna go to the path inside and just get rid of the complete build. I just deleted completely. Yep. Recycle that and create a new build in the folder, like over here, and wait. Okay, so next try. Gonna start the multiplayer EXO again, or EXE. It's so huge. Why is it giving me full screen over here? So I'm gonna put in again Octo1, hit play. So it's here in the actual build window. Gonna put this aside. Gonna close that and start this one. And yeah, it should put me into the scene instantly. And I should see something also over on the other screen, like here. We're gonna see going to start. And now I am connected with two, like these two, like this is the build. And this one here, as you can see, the scene has been now matched both. I don't react over the network yet, since there is still the CPU player stuff. But now the final thing is I literally need to do is at first I need to get rid of this issue. But hey, kind of they are anyhow. They should be connected. So I close this and close that, and so maybe there's a leave call whenever somebody leaves the leave the rooms and stuff like that. I should maybe disconnect from the server. I don't know if that is going to happen automatically, like a timeout, something like that. So what is next? So RPCPUN, this was needed for changing the scene, otherwise the network is not connecting to it using the load level by the scene name for the game itself. Later on we need to leave us put a button probably also inside the game, so we can leave the lobby, and so the other player knows that we have gone and we were leaving this, which we may need to go and put in over here. So once again, I want to get rid of the bug or for the unjoined room. I don't know why I do this, or why I get this issue. Probably I should say we're gonna go over and not join room at the first place, but use a lobby system instead. I don't know. So the cool thing now is I should be able to use the ID as input. So this ID here should be like when I click, this ID should be, I should be able to say, hey, you are, because you are in the Photon network player list, you have ID 1 or 2. And so in player input, I just need to make sure that who is the one who's going to put its choice. So I get rid of the AI in a moment. I like the random pick basically. And once both have literally chosen, I should get some feedback. And this feedback should be like points, a score on the, top left corner, top right corner. I'm not quite sure if the text fields have to be updated based on that. So both get there. I believe that has to happen. Both players get the score shown in the top right or top left corner based on who is who. And so same thing is the players, the Photon network.nickname of the first player, like here get player 1 nickname. This player 1 index is going to be the one index which I hope I can use. And so I can show nickname in the left key, nickname 1 in the left one, and nickname right in the right one, as well as the corresponding score. So I can pass over the scores of each of them players. Putting them in a class, I don't know if that is necessary, needed, or whatsoever, but this is literally the way I would try to connect them now. Currently I just let it be as is for the moment with this issue. I believe I stumble upon it once necessary. Okay, so both are now connected. Both are going to be inside the room. They do have their own local experience. So I can now put this actual match inputs together. That's what I assume actually. So what do we need? We need the model behavior PUN inside my game manager, I guess. And so what do we need? The PUN and the real time again to connect whenever a input happens. And probably also I need this onto my input script inside the game scene. So each of them buttons are going to be used to send the feedback to it. So maybe we also need to set the, like inside the game manager, we need to do some changes. Is there a pure PUN or something? No, because I don't have it inside like the namespaces. So let's see, using Photon.pun and just in case using Photon what was it, real time, this one. So whenever we lose, whenever we get out, and so on. Now we need to know who is the master of the disaster. So who is the first one, who is the second one, and in awake or actually in start we can pick or get the information from the Photon itself. That's the thing I guess we're gonna start with. So before we do set the text over here, which we're gonna be able to pick from Photon as well to know who's who and how so, I'm gonna say if Photon network dot is master client. So if that's the case, I don't need that, I guess. Let's take a look. Are we the master client? So is one or the other? Then I'm gonna have the possibility to set the players. So who's who. So to know who is who. I believe that's an important step over here. So we know who is the first player, who is the second player, and so on. I'm gonna name it set players. And so depending on if this one here is the master player, then he should be the one who does set the players. So not both are going to set the players, only one is talking to the server, and it doesn't matter who was the first one and who was the second one, and so on. We want to go and set the players like so. Since we have a turn-based game, not really a turn-based game, it's more like an active game, but something like that. We got two players over here. We got a player 1 and a player 2. Once again, I'm not quite sure if we now need to use monobehavior PUN, which is just an extension method, which literally takes the same stuff. I don't know. If we need it, that's what I don't know. So, maybe I need some extra player classes or something to initialize the actual players. Anyhow, since we need to set them as being kind of targets, I would say. So each of them players, whoever gets, whoever's, well, it's not like a turn, but maybe I'm gonna have to use some like player 1, player 2, or left player or right player something. This player class, which holds probably the information we want or we need to initialize them properly. Maybe I need to instantiate a player. So I can make use of it, or just good question. How do we set a player? And what is the information? So because we want to initialize them, we want to know who is who. And for example, let's assume because we need to have a photon view on each player, I guess. So each of them can look for inputs, and we wanna tell who is who. How do we do this? Maybe player input, which literally just sits on the button. Maybe this ID, this player input class probably, and this ID, maybe I can anyhow connect this player input to something. And maybe each of them players, so maybe this player input is only once in the scene. And that means each player should get a player input. I believe that seems to be correct. And the game manager needs to get a connection to both player inputs, like a left one and a right one. I can just, make a public connection to them, I guess, and just drag them in like a public control object. And when whoever presses the button, it still gets the choice from the button, but it uses just one player class. I guess that's the way I want this to happen. So let's go into the game and let me create. I don't know if I have to instantiate. This is what I don't really know. Player object. So this player object is going to be the clickable instance for all our 3 buttons. So basically, when I later on have, I need to store the ID somewhere. I need to know who's who and to get back this information. So on this player object, I would go and put the player input. Maybe that's not a good one. Oh, but I can still use it. I just need to rewrite some things, I guess. Do I need this player object? I don't know. I just don't know. Do I need this player object? And does it have to be connected? Does it have to be connected to our content, to our game? I have no idea, actually. I mean, every time we do something, we, or whenever we do an input, we need to anyhow talk to the server. Like for our, whatever we have done. So how do we tell? How do we tell the server who is who? How do we do this? Good question. And what is really important for the server to know? The server should just know, actually both sides. Both sides need to know good question. Pretty good question. So anyhow, we can talk to every RPC on the Photon view, as we just did before in the menu. We were just talking to the Photon network, like here, like this one. Like when something happens, we're going to show this. We update everyone by using photonview.rpc. We update everyone using Photon RPC and tell them tell everyone what the chosen one has been. Like the opponent, whoever that is, needs to know that. So this is how we update. This is how we update the. Yeah, this is how we update the server with the corresponding information. And when we do that, it's like when we do click, we're gonna tell the other player that this input has happened, basically. So in general, we could do something like an extra output. Player 1 has chosen already. Please choose yours as well, something like that. And then wait. So we need to make sure that the current player, whoever has chosen already, cannot choose again. Like it's, or maybe it doesn't matter. So we block all the inputs once a round has happened, and so the current player just can only do a next interaction when this current round has been played or something like that. I don't know. So in that case, when there's something necessary to update on both sides, like a result or something, or the text fields. Actually, the text fields should get updated, and maybe some info box somewhere, so we know who got more or less. This is what's happening by using the Photon view.rpc, and then we call the function, and we can probably do this directly from the input choice over here. We just need to make sure that this input choice is a RPC or PUN RPC method, I guess. And once we got this, so we need to put it, oh, we got it here already. We can update the opponent with the player score text. I believe it has to be also the pick winner or the input choice. All of these probably need to get, we need to send over the information anyhow. I just don't know how at the moment, at least not for the moment. So let's see. We can call any function to update the opponent. So basically we just call probably pick winner over here if something has happened. And if we have a winner, instead of returning, I just go back to the lobby. So I can call connect server back to lobby, something like that. And probably it stores the input of the player, at least for the moment. So, and yeah, that's the connection thing. That's what I think I got it already, but I just don't know if how do I tell who the players are, like who. How do I know who I am? I just try to figure that out. Just reading content. The question is, do I need a object for each player? Like a player controller or something, which got a photon view on it. Yeah, that's what I assume. And then I can connect everything to it. I believe this is what I need to do. So basically, when I say this one is literally player 1, I got like an input field and a photon view on it. I believe this is what is at least is necessary to listen to the update over there. I believe so. And so I can pass over the ID directly into player input. And just to say, hey, you are number 1, you are number 2. I believe this could be the thing, the needed thing. I don't know if I need something else over there, like another photon ID. Do I? Maybe I need to make it a number 2, since number 1 is going to be the connection manager, is it? Like this one here. Maybe this has to be a 2. I mean, I don't know yet. I mean, I can get or take any view ID, but number 1 should be our base object, the one I just take over. And I just don't know, because it's like it's not like like 2 are sitting next to each other or something. So there's like a player 1, player 2 thing. This is basically something I could do. So each of them players, yeah, that makes more sense. each of them players get their own object. That makes more sense. So we have a player 1, player 2 sitting in one scene, and one is playing against each other, and each of them get a player input, player 1, player 2, and I just need to tell them who they are. I guess that makes more sense now. So the game manager can handle these two as an example, like, and say, hey, transport, I believe it's called transport. Transport or tell you are number 1, you are number 2. And once again, I don't think it makes sense to have the one be selected or connected. I just need to fill out who to talk to in a minute or two. I know the stream is going to take a while here, but I need to fill that out. I mean, it's pretty heavy stuff. So we have 2 player controls. Each of them players, I guess, get gonna play like they too have like a Photon connection anyhow, and we can and have to spawn or have to do this button click or something, and if this is player 1, and we're gonna use, I mean, I need this anyways, using Photon.pun, .pun, and using Photon.realtime, I guess, as before. And now each player, if there is some kind of a, maybe I should create a player class. I don't know. How do I set this ID correct? I guess I need to initialize that anyhow. So maybe it's a public void. Then I need to talk to it, so I can maybe I can just drag it in. So I would say the player ID is going to be, let's say, 0 or -1 or something in the back, and in the first place. We're gonna create something like a public void. I don't know, initialize that correctly written? I have no idea. And whenever we do so, we're gonna pass in maybe some ID, int ID, and so we can say whenever we start here, each of them players, when I can just drag them into 2 slots or something, I'm gonna say yeah, I say initialize ID, and then I set the player ID to be equal ID. Maybe I can anyhow connect that to this. I believe I have to use this mono behavior PON again, and probably this initialize method has to be an RPC client method. I don't know. So player ID gets ID, so whenever the game starts, we want to make sure that the ID gets set. Maybe I can make this a serialized field so I can at least see if that makes sense. So this one should be a player ID 2 afterwards. And we should be able to call this. And let me just in case. Oh, that was wrong. Make some PON RPC over here. Yeah, just in case. I don't know if I really need it, but I bet. So the game manager, when I set the players, I should be able to take the info from the network itself. So I say if this is the master client, whoever is the first player literally in the room, that's what I assume is going to be is master client, who is the first one. He should set the players. So that means I need to have like 2 player inputs here. That's what I assume. So we're gonna make a public player input, and then I name it player 1, whoever that is. And then I'm gonna make another public player input, player 2. So one or the other is going to be one or the other. I just need to drag in the objects later on and connect the buttons to what actually? Maybe I need to reconstruct the player input a bit. So in that case, I would say player 1 dot photon view. And now I need to transfer the ownership and transfer the ownership of the photon view and game object to another player. So this always depends on, I guess, who is who. Transform the ownership to the photon view to another player. So I can use a int or new order ID or the player, the owner. I'm gonna pass in the 1 over here. I'm not quite sure if that is actually necessary. I don't know if this is actually a necessary step. But what I can take is the current, probably I can take the current ID. Player 1. Who is player 1? Player 1 is player 1. He gets its own input, probably. Or probably not. And based on that, what does it do? Huh, I don't know. Let's just try. Player 2 dot photon view dot transfer ownership, and we're gonna pass in the 2. The thing is, I should still go and say player 1 dot photon view dot RPC. Oh, dot RPC. And now I should be able to call any method inside the player 1 RPC, which should be the initialize. Initial. Oh, the question is now, can I pass in any parameters? Yeah, I should. Initialize. God. I just want to make sure I can copy this one. I can use this this ID and pass it over by using this method. Where's the game manager? Gonna pass in the name initialize, comma. Then I gonna have to say RPC target all, I guess. And then I'm not quite sure if I can pass in a 1. And I should be able to do the same thing. with player 2, shouldn't I? To tell, hey, you are player 2 and you need to use the parameter 2. And by doing that, I should be able to set player ID to ID. Maybe instead of using all, I might use all buffered. I don't know. All buffered. What's the difference? Sends the RPC to everyone else, executes it immediately on the client. New players get RPC when they join, as it's buffered until the client leaves. Maybe maybe I should get the current room player. So get the current room player of one scenario. I don't know what it returns, if it does return anything. But instead of the 1, I could probably, that's what I would need to test, say Photon view. No, Photon network. Dot current room. Dot get player. And in this case, we pass in 1. So the ID to look for, like so. What does it return? The player with the ID or null? Whatever that means. So maybe that's maybe just it, or I need to pass in just a 1 and a 2. I don't know. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything here. But I believe that's how I can at least initialize them. And if I switch turns, well, currently I don't have a turn-based scenario over here, then I just switch them by using the PON RPC, so everybody listens to the same next turn function. And I believe this is also the thing, like whenever, where is it in Game Manager? Whenever what if, shouldn't I be able to use the Photon network dot player list over here? Photon. I like the nickname. Photon network dot player list dot get nickname, or what was it? Or just nickname? No. Dot get, what is it? Get player? Get value? I don't remember. How did I got the name of the player inside menu? Get player, current room. Oh, here, player list.length. Player list. Can I talk to the actual index? Can I talk to the actual index? So player list, like so. Dot nickname. Or do I have to say dot? Just forgot what I did. Where is the get nickname thing? This one, get player. Yeah, this way. So player list dot get play get, what did I say? Current room dot get player 1 nickname. This one, copy. I should be able to, well, that's what I assume. Get player 1 dot nickname plus then I'm gonna make a space and a colon and another space and then a 0. So 0 is going to be just the actual score. And let's try that for the other one. Copy and paste. In that case, we're gonna take the nickname of player 2. So we're gonna see this in the top left and top right corner. Who is who and what is what. If well, if there are names to be shown. Well, I hope that works. Interestingly, the set players function is inside start. So I should take it out of here. Yep. So after setting the players and initializing them, we should be able to current room get RPC initialize. Well, let's hope that is correct. Because building that over and over could cause some headaches, I would say. So input choice. So this input choice thing, I guess, by the player ID is the output. The pick winner, I guess, is the one needs to be called again by an Photon viewer RPC when a choice has been made by both. That's what I assume. Oh, and same thing here is on both sides. Once that's done, I should start the round using Photon view.rpc start new round over here. Like after we are basically initializing everything, we should see start next round over here, which means we should say Photon view .rpc. So both are going to start the same round. This is the thing, I believe is the one which is giving me a bunch of headaches here. I want to call starting a new round here, and I don't know what I need to put in as well. Oh, the listeners. Who is going to listen? I like who are the targets to send this information to. So array RPC target dot all buffered. That's the thing, I guess. So now everybody is listening to this. Whenever we need to start a new round, copy. It's basically also what I need to do here. So all are doing the same thing, like calling the same stuff over here and so on and so forth. All get reset. Basically, I get rid of this AI thing. We just, on both sides, everything gets hopefully updated correctly. So the round text, so both get the same information because we are doing this, and both have hopefully the same round afterwards. And well, pick winner is probably needing the PON RPC over here. Not quite sure. And for picking the winner over here, I guess we also need to tell everybody to call this. So we say photon view.rpc. Like once both have picked. Well, this is the actual question. Once both have picked, I don't. Yes, the question is, how do we know both have picked their choice? Well, because input choice needs to get called from the player input. And do I need to do this here? Or somewhere else? Pick winner, comma, RPC. RPC target dot all buffered. So all buffered is basically all the loaded players. So we just I believe so. We just initialize. What's wrong here? RP. Oh, probably a typo. RPC. The big letters. Okay. Well, how do I now tell, or how do I know that the other player has picked a number or has called input choice? The only thing how I can know that is probably I need to pun RPC this one as well. I don't know. If I call this function, I need to do this like Photon view.rpc here as well and update that accordingly to all the other ones. So both know what was player 1 input's choice and player 2 by using this ID. I believe this is the way it has to be. And in here, if I click on this one, I choose it by this player ID. The one hopefully got initialized correctly over there. No idea if that really worked or works. For the moment, there are no issues. In Game Manager, I need to populate player 1 and player 2 as objects, I guess. So both of them can get an ID after transferring that. There's one thing, which is actually those buttons here now need to be responsible for the player's ID. So in that case, the choice has to be done by the button. So I guess I need a button script. C# choice button, and each of them buttons. Oh, typos everywhere. Let me just get rid of it. Each of them buttons just have their own input, and they just talk to who are they talking to? How do they know they are the input for player 1 and player 2? How do they know this? How does a unit know who it is responsible for? The player itself should have a connection to them, does it? That is the question now. How do... Oh, actually... Yeah, the button is just... Yeah, who is it connected to? It needs to... the button needs to know or needs to request the ID of the current player, I guess. And... I mean, I cannot, since I have two players, I cannot say, hey, you have to talk to player 1 or to player 2. I need to fiddle out what's the ID of the current player or what. I mean, I got 2 players and both do have a different ID. So how do the buttons now know who they respond to or who they are for? How do I know a unit or a player or a stone or something? How does how do I know that? Or do I not even need this? That's what I don't think. Or does every player just gets instantiated and that's basically, I assume that's going to be the last thing to... Actually, what I need is a win function, or a win or lose function, I guess. Actually, to check if or if not somebody has won. That's what I need to go back to the lobby. That's what I just see here. Win condition or something. So I could tell or put out some text, blah, 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 and say who is the winner based on the Photon player nickname. And then I can invoke, like after a couple of seconds, invoke a method. After it has shown like for 5 to 10 seconds or something, that we go back to menu, and this is literally the Photon network dot leave room, and we call the connection the connector server dot instance dot change scene, and we want to go into the, what did I call it? the loading. I guess it was the name loading. So, and in here we just invoke, in quotes, go back to menu after whatever, after 4 seconds or something. So beforehand we can just show text to both sides or something. Maybe I'm gonna make it 10 seconds later. I just need to put a win condition window over here, I guess. So since I got this actual thing here, maybe I need to pass in who is the winner, like maybe passing over the input. I just gonna make it an integer of the winner ID or something. So I can maybe I can for the moment, at least for one side, for the editor side, I can say debug.log and then winner is, and then I can pass in the winner ID over here. Plus winner ID, and also I should be able to pass the nickname inside a text field or something. Currently I don't have a text field, like an info text box. Maybe I'm gonna put it here somewhere. Public TMP, I just copy this one. TMP text round text is bad. I need something like an info text. Like in this I can show something like player 1 has chosen, player 2 has chosen, waiting for result, and player 1 blah blah. So in this info text I can, that's what I assume, I can just blend in who the winner is. So info text.text is equal to, and now I should be able to take the winner of the current one, whichever has the nickname of the winner of the ID. So it should be Photon network. Photon network dot, what was it? Current Rome dot get player, and ID is winner ID, since it's an integer as well. Dot nickname plus is the winner. Exclamation mark. And so this should be filled into, well, hopefully into both text fields if win condition is pure RPC, I guess. That's what I guess. Then we can invoke that and we should be able to get back. Hopefully. So after 10 seconds, after this text has been shown, it should be gone. What I could do is, by the way, put some headers here. So to simplify, since the game manager just rised big, you can always put a header here and say something like in parentheses and quotes, something like info text. And in here you can do paste. Here you can something like a text also, and then here's something like players. Just make sure public variables are below headers, otherwise they show wrong. And that's basically it. Once again, I could later on put a timer on both sets or both situations. So basically calling an RPC. I don't know how I call a coroutine using the RPC, but I guess I just call a function which which I just have a coroutine inside. So both are going to get the coroutine running downwards. Like both only have like 30 seconds to react or something like that. And in here, when we know that we got a winner, we should call the win condition by using a RPC call and pass in this parameter. That's what I assume. So we get the winner from the winner ID, show this in the text. I'm gonna create a text soon. And that might be it. I just don't know. What to do with the button now, like with the actual input. Like, how do I know from a button that this button which has been clicked is the button of the player with this current ID? How do I know this? Shall I put in a listener event? Like, so I know every time this button is maybe connected to player input, and I tell the button what its ID is, so I can pass this one back. Yeah, probably that's not a bad one. So I'm gonna connect the like 3 buttons to. I need to subscribe anyhow to them, I guess. I need to tell the buttons choice. Maybe I can type it now. Correct. Choice button. Whenever I talk to the button, I should be able to, like, whenever I get the input, I should be able to tell it what the ID is, if the ID system really works by just passing it over, right? So, so I can store this and literally send this one back after getting this information. And it does not need to be anything. It just talks to its own player input. So its own player input is, in this case, needs to be stored here as well. So who is your player input? Who is talking to this button? That's a question. Do I have to do this? Because both scripts may have the same buttons, do they? Or don't they? Or can they? No, they share the same thing, I guess. What did I miss? What do I miss? I'm missing something and I don't know what. On here, I guess I want to join just a lobby. Photon network.join lobby. That's what I want to... Let me tackle this one first. I hope I don't have any issues here. So that looks okay. Let me go to loading, save a scene. I just want to see if I have any issues now with or still the issues with the input over there, because I don't think that is working properly. So now it seems to be correct, but I just joined the lobby. I'm nowhere. I'm somewhere into nowhere, and now I say my name is player 1. Now I hit play, and now it shows the matching panel, and I joined a room. Beforehand, I just joined a lobby, some point anywhere on the server without any knowledge about me, and I'm just there. And now with that, I believe it is let's say, more correct over there. So I got the onJoined lobby function, which, oh, well, the question is, do I need it or not? Probably not. And I created the room content. I load a level when there are 2 players over here. Let me make a build. Let me just make a build. Build settings. I go and delete the old build completely. I have to do a new one. Just throw that away and make a complete new build. So both sides are going to be hopefully correct afterwards. There's just that one thing is who's who and who's going to do the input on the other side and who's talking to what. But if I do this right now, I probably also find out some other issues I may haven't seen yet. Building complete. So I gonna make the build run. I don't know why it's always going in such a huge window. So now I can pass in my name or any name, Lewis. So in here we got Lewis, and in here I'm gonna go and press play as well. And here I'm Bob and press play. And now we got Lewis versus Bob. So actually this now works. So we got this. So I got another reference on the game manager. So this is the info text, which get no info. RPC initialize found on the Photon view 2, but has wrong parameters. Return type must be void or IE numerator. If enable RPC run mode. And I get the same info also down below here in the development console, which is nice. So I just get out of here. And now I see where... Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to open. Where does it come from? Where is it getting called from? Photon neural networking, load coding, fixed network handler, RPC method initialize. Where do I call this from? And what exactly is wrong there? The return type. So maybe it's from game manager, from set players, I guess, disinitialize. And maybe this is a wrong parameter. So I'm gonna pass in a 1 and a 2. No idea if that is correct now. But the dumb thing is, it's going to basically doing the same thing for the same thing. Initialize player, it's taking player in implement as initialize player Photon message. Okay, I delete the build again and create a new one. I want to make sure that these two basically are able to talk correctly together to each other. So I get this, at least the not the AI, but the connection correct. PC build, folder change. Doesn't take too long. So yeah, as I can say, that's going to take quite some time here to get some simple scenario built together. Even with that process of, or the usage of a Photon, it's still, I mean, the game is not complicated. It's the issue with all this RPC stuff back and forth. So this time we got Bob here. Hit play. Gonna put him on the waiting line. Hit pull the start here as well. And pass in a name. I don't know, center. Play. Bob versus center. And that looks way better now. So Photon mono and server connection. Here we got the game. Player 1. View ID is 2. Controller is Bob, is master and owner. So Bob was the first one, who is now the master. And let's see if I can go into debug mode and see what the player ID is. The player ID is 1 in here. Is that correct? Or is it not? The question is, who's Bob? Is Bob player ID 1 or a 0? Or who is he? Who is Bob? Wait, but this one here couldn't be Bob, could it? Because this one, as we can see here in the top left and top right, center is going to be second player, Bob is first player. How do we know? By the way, we can see this here as well. So Bob is left and center is right. So that basically works. But again, here is object set reference not set to be an object. It's going to be the text field, which I didn't implement it yet. So let me go to game pretty quick and put a text down below. UI button, no, a text was pro. So this is the info text. And we can put this anywhere in scene, I guess. Weird thing is I don't see the center of the canvas anymore. Why doesn't it show me these blue lines? Oh, because of debug mode. No, not lock. Probably because of debug mode. Yep. So centering the text and make it rather broad. And then I can pass in text like any infos to it. I just need to make sure, I guess, I have to connect the info text box here to the info text over there. So the question now is, can I send info to this text box from player to know exactly? Ah, god damn it! Where's my VS Code? Closed itself. Start Photon view, all buffered, start new round. Start new round. Round text or text. That's weird. Actually, Is it the same thing as before? Line 57. That's an RPC call. Line 57. So probably I need to make this an RPC copy. Make this an a PUN RPC here as well. So it's treated on both sides. By using this call, maybe I need to do that thing. And if I invoke something, I believe this is the only one which is needed to get this RPC call thing. Now, when I do this, I would like to know who's the player, or who's the current player in the current situation, like who's who, because I mean, I see this on one side, but I don't see this on the other side. Oh, wait, I can do this by clicking on the correct objects. Gonna continue in a moment. How do I know? Actually, at least in the editor, I know. Gonna get rid of the last build and make a new one. So I get any kind of a text field over here, and I need the ID. I need to know is that ID 0 actually, or ID 1? That's what I want to take a look into. But if Bob was the ID 1, then everything should be correct, should it? Yeah, I bet. Build settings, a build, PC build, folder, boop. So let's see, can clear the console. Gonna start the game on the build first. So I know that, I remember that Bob is going to be player 1. And let him wait here. And over here we got to press play. Wait. I cannot do this in here. I don't have any server connection from this side, so I need to go object not set to a reference object, or whatever that means. I don't know. Line 53 now. Gonna put Mary play. Bob versus Marie. Looks good. Still the null reference on line 57. I don't know what that is about. But now in here I should see view IDs 2, and in debug mode, this one here, player 2 got player ID 2. That's awesome. And this is number 1 over here. So now the final thing is just who is now pressing which button. Like if I press one button here, I get the input call. I don't know what's happening on this side or on the other side, but round, the round is not number 1 over here. So I make another one, another click over here as well. But there's no response to the buttons actually. So nothing happens on this side and nothing happens. I mean, there's just this debug to be called over there, but they don't really find a match yet, which is bad. So probably for this one instance, each of the buttons inside the scene need to get the ID from the system kind of, and then I need to send back the information also. What I also don't have yet is the around text here is also not doesn't seem to be updated over there. Like in start line 57, I tried to run the actual method, the start and around method, but it still tells me the object reference is not set to an instance of an object, which doesn't make sense. I mean, at least not for me. I mean, I don't have to, maybe I do, but I don't have to instantiate anything, but maybe I should, I don't know. And so I have only one player in each scene, literally, and not both players. If that makes a difference, I don't know. So what do I miss? What is really needed to send over? I just don't get it. How do I tell who is who? Like, who's player 1, who's player 2, and how do I know who is doing the input to the other player? Basically, the question is, what do I really need to transfer as an info? I mean, the cool thing is, this one here works. So both players know where their own score is based on just ID 1 and 2. Next thing, the player input knows its own ID. I just now need... Oh, maybe I can put an ID here, or choice. Yeah, that makes more sense. So the choice is not needed here, I say. I mean, I can store this, but it's not necessary. But this button click here can take now an integer choice. So yeah, that makes more sense now. And in the game scene. I'm gonna get rid of the other issue hopefully soon. But now I had an idea. So in-game scene, it doesn't matter who they are actually talking to. So let me get first off, let me get rid of the debug mode. I would get rid of the player script here. I just removed the component, but who are they now talking to? Are they talking to player 1 or player 2? Or is it just, do they know the player? The other player? Well, that's how they could cheat, couldn't they? But still, if we have 2 players in the scene, let's assume we have 1 player per scene, which should be obvious. Then when the other player sends an input to the other player, then it needs to be an RPC call, so both can get the same result. As well as a info box, something like you lost or you won this round, because based on the ID, the Photon view is going to pass back. Photon view knows the ID of the current player, and the player input also knows itself, literally. So whoever is the player here does Photon view should have who else knows the players? Who else? If you have a player control unit, a player, like a basic player controller, what does the player knows about itself? How hard can that be? Oh my god, that's literally the final thing here, and it's driving me nuts. If I have 2 players in one room, is it needed? Or is it not? I mean, it's the same thing if I play Ludo or any other game. All players have to be in the same room. So I believe in this one here, we need 2 players. So, and then we got maybe a controller over anyhow, controller object or something, which just says, okay, there's something which I might have missed. There's something like, there's a boolean, like who's who, like something like is local. There's something I can take as being who is local or something. But how do I know who's the player? Like yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Is there maybe a player class sitting somewhere? So we don't need to do this. Is there an actual player class in Photon? Yes. I believe that's a Photon class. A Photon real-time class. Summarize a player within a room identified in room by ID or actor number. Each player has an actor number valid for that room. It's -1 assigned by server and client logic. So shall I pass in the player into the choice button to know who that player is to update accordingly? So, but then again, I need to know, are these my, that is probably the thing. If that is my scene, like whoever the local player is, the buttons might be, on initializing, I'm gonna have to tell who is that stuff for. Who is the player who owns that buttons. That is something I might be able to use, and the player controller just like if there is some kind of a player controller, each of them controller, or in this case the player input is going to be my controller, just or could just get a what? Since I need 2 player controllers, do I? So this is a Photon player, literally. So what can I do with that Photon player? I can just say, who is me? And I can, this way I can also initialize that and pass over the complete player to this player input. And then I just need to see who is me and who is the opponent. That's the thing. And based on that, what can I do? Based on basically, I believe it is as simple as I thought. When I do a button click or call a button click function, I just pass back this ID from here. So I just need to each of them buttons just need to have an ID. So probably the best thing is I make a public void set button and pass in the player ID in the button. So, and I just store this int my ID. And when I click on this button, so this one is just for setting. So public button click. Probably I need to tell who's my player input. Maybe that's even better. Player input my input. Maybe I can define that this way. Instead of using the ID, I just take the player input to say who's my parent object. Since that's what I think. So I take player input underscore my input, and so I can pass back the correct information on the button click. Otherwise, it shouldn't work. It doesn't work. So my input is equal to underscore my input. I don't think that I need to have any PON stuff here. And on button click, I pass back. Oh, it's a void type. Void. I just have the choice as I had it before. And now I just take a talk to my input, since I have stored this. And in the player input, I can pass in the button click over here. So literally button click, and then I just pass in the choice. And that way I should be able to press a button and call this function and pass back the player ID of my player input. So whoever that is. There's just one thing. When I set this button up, is whenever initializing, I need to know all my buttons. So, or actually the choose button scripts. So a choice button is going to be the one I want to have for each of them. I believe there's an easier way, but let's do it like this. I'm gonna have the rock button, public choice button, scissors button. Is there a connection to it? Yeah, it should. And a public choice button, paper button. Probably there's an easier way. And whenever we initialize, we're gonna pass over or talk to rock button dot set button, and now I pass in this as an object here. because this is part of, or this is a player input type. I don't know if it can save it this way, because the other one is a monobehavior PON. Scissors button and paper button. So now I get the IDs, set them all up, and everything is good to go just based on this ID. I don't even know if I need this player now anymore, at least for the moment. Otherwise, I would just pass over as I did before. Instead of using an ID over here, I could use the full player and pass in the corresponding content. I don't even know if I need the transfer ownership over there, but that's it. Do I need, when I set the players, do the set players function? Maybe this is causing the issue. Not this one, but maybe set players causes an issue. Like if this is a master client, I'm gonna set the players. Actually, I'm gonna do this to both. Buffered. And in Game Manager, I would like to, whenever there's an input called, I would like to update the text fields. Well, depending on who was sending the input, I would like to update the other one to tell that a choice has been done. On the other side, if the one unit just made a choice, or both made a choice, then I should get an info about it, shouldn't I? This current round is probably something I cannot update. So basically to both, because this is updated through both sides. But if I just update a text element, the question is, how do both know that they have to? That they know what to read. So current round dot to string. Let me save this. I'm still reading on my other screen and trying to figure out what's going on over here. So at least I don't have any issues. I'm gonna go and make a new build again. Gonna delete all of that, what I did build before. Go to loading scene, save my scene. Oh, there's one more thing I miss. Is an that is also bad. I don't know which is my player and which is the other player. Can I, or should I? Oh, they do need the script first. Maybe, oh these are the on-click events I didn't pass over as well. So first go to scripts, select them all, choice button, boop, and choice button, send message, set button. No, not set button. It has to be what's the name? Button click. Button click. Where's button click? I can't see button click inside the choice button. Why is that? Why can't I see button click? Maybe I'm gonna my input dot button click. Oh, I have to go here. Button click integer, and again this is rock, and rock is I don't know what number. Rock is number 1. Then we're gonna do the same thing to scissors, and scissors choice button, button click, and scissors is 3 as an input, like so. And then we got paper, choice button, button click, and paper is 2. Okay, so I should have at least these. Now I believe I have to connect both here. But I should only update the buttons based on the ID. So if something like if what is me, if a player ID is local or something, if yeah, something like that. If it is local, or is that my player? Is that me? Is it this is what I want to know. Who am I? So player ID is ID. If how can I get the ID of the Photon view? If Photon view dot view ID get ID, what else? Get instance ID, nope, is mine. If Photon view is mine, what does that return? True, if the Photon view is mine and can be controlled by this client. PON has ownership concept that defines who can control and destroy each Photon view. True is case the controller matches the local player. True is so if Photon view is mine, then we want to do update or set the actual buttons to be me and not the opposite. Well, that's what is there a Photon view connected to this player? I guess. So that's what I should be able to test out now as well. So if that is mine, it's going to be connected. Otherwise, it's not. So hopefully that works now. I go and do build settings and make a new build. There's still this one issue, but I hope I can ignore it for the moment. Probably it's just a simple call I didn't got. or get so far. And maybe it's just a round. That I cannot update the round on both sides. So meaning I believe that's the issue, that I cannot update the round number on each side. Well, that's what I assume, but who knows, right? So I start the exe file on here first, and I tell player 1 and hit play. Now I start this client or whatever. And in here I should see, like in debug mode, I should, hopefully I can see. Game manager, line 35. Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, line 35. I believe this is the issue with the actual round text over there. That's what I assume actually. Scenes, loading, play. And I'm gonna make myself player 2 and hit play. Now player 1 versus player 2. So on the left side I'm player 1, on the right I'm player 2. Still the null reference exception, but in this game view, on these scripts here, I should see who is the ID. If I go into debug, I should see, hopefully I do. Oh, they don't get my input. There's nothing, no connected input. So this didn't work out quite well. At least the other one did not get any issues so far, but where's the other thing coming from? I believe, once again, I believe it is this one. When I now press play, I mean, it cannot talk to anything because it's not logged in, and that's probably why it is now sitting in line 53, which, yeah, basically leads here. The other one leads there, but I believe it's about the round text. What I could try is I comment out the round text. The ugly thing is I always need to go and rebuild on a second one to get actually like two people together and to see what the issue is. To get at least correct why or if something of that manner doesn't happen correctly. Gonna delete it again. I just need to fill this one out first, I guess. So yeah, rebuilding really is not helping. At all. God, I hope I can hope I can finish this one soon. I mean, it's taking so much time just to figure out what's going wrong over here, and hopefully I find an issue I haven't seen before. So again, I start the exe file and hope that I now get rid of the null reference exception when I'm able to go with Bob1, and gonna hit play here as well. If I see a null reference here as well once I'm entering the new round, then something is really strange. Then it's probably really about the or maybe there could be a typo. Maybe there's just a typo. I didn't check for it. Mary play. So Bob1 versus Mary, which is good. And still the null reference exception. This one did not get overwritten, so that's okay-ish. So both get the same idea, the same info, but I still get the issue over here. So probably start new round has a typo. I don't think so. I mean, I just copied and pasted it all over, and no, there's no issue with the naming convention. So maybe all buffered could not be found. Maybe I just need to say all instead of all buffered, since that's literally the start and nobody is buffered at this point. I don't know. Usually it should be only an initial call, should it? Like I call all just once, like when they enter the room or enter the room. Build settings. Gonna have to rebuild again. That's the most ugly part over here, just to rebuild over and over. So I'll probably go and get the one GitHub asset, which is to clone the editor and do the same thing at the same time by just, starting two editors but doing the same thing, or just doing the thing they have to do. So at least I got the matchmaker running, which is fine. I just wanted to know what's the problem with that. So gonna go for Bob1 again. Play. Go here. Hit start. Enter. Play. Bob1 versus enter. Game is going to start. And still got the null reference. What is this trying to access which it can't? PV catch Photon view. Does the game manager need a Photon view? Doesn't it has any? Oh, come on, really? Does the game manager just need a Photon view? Let me get rid of that. So if that is ID1, player 1 got, so they do this. Do they need, or did I just needed a Photon view on Game Manager so it can call the RPC thing? Oh, I need to go and update this one again. there's still this issue with this line 53, which, what does it request? And does it really need it? I need to make another build. Build settings, build, PC build. God damn it. Can it really be so hard? I mean, what's the issue with that? Why can't it just tell me what it needs? I mean, it's trying to access something which is not available in line 57, which is probably the Photon view. I don't know. Do I need to catch that first? I don't think so. I mean, who knows, right? Mary, whatever. Play. Bob 1 versus Mary. Let's see. Photon ID duplicate found. View 1. Duplicate key. Start new round not found with Photon view. So at least something different now. I believe it's the stuff about the ID. No, it's not about the ID. So I guess this one, I'm gonna make it a 4. I make this a 3. The game manager, I make the game manager a 2. Why is that? There is this one object, the network manager or the connection manager, or whatever I called it, which has the ID 1 already. So I need to make sure I leave that free in new scenes because I take over that stuff. View 1 server connection, maybe 1 wasn't destroyed on the scene, and this is the thing. Don't destroy not old entry, adding new. So this is also what the client on the other side just told us. So that means I now shouldn't have any issues with that. I go back to here. I get rid of the build and make a new one. And hope I found out what's the issue. So I believe everything. Oh, there's something else. Start new round not found in this Photon view. Implement non-static apply run a RPC. So this is what I expected to happen. So this is what we need to. I need to figure or just make sure to mark this. I just forgot about it. To mark this as a PON RPC. So Bob 1 wants to play, and now gonna make a play here. So I should still, I mean, the duplicate should be gone since I changed it. Once I'm done with that, but there should be still the start issue over there. So Bob versus player. Okay, we are in round 2 already. Why is that? So Bob 1 got no points, player 1 got no points. No reference exception. And I guess the same is going to happen in this client over here. Because these buttons still don't know who they're supposed to be for. Because the choice button script, which I call on click, does not get do not get a delivery of the player input on initialization. So how do I? This is actually funny. I mean, I don't know why. Oh, that's interesting. I know why the current round over here is going to be added twice. Both clients or both players are calling the same function, and they add it to the opposite one. So literally, the round should not be called twice for each of them. So we just need to call this one once. And over here, since we're gonna do an RPC call, means all buffered over here are going to be calling the same thing. Hopefully that doesn't happen to the input choice. So basically both sides needs to do the same thing, but they don't need to go and update round 2 times. Maybe I get rid of it so it's easier. So I don't have to fix it for at least for the moment. Okay, so now how do I give I just closed that. At least that works. So how do I now go and pass over my input as an example? Is it able to store it if it is not using monodevelop? I initialize that, and the Photon view is mine. It sets the button. So how, or maybe that doesn't trigger at all, so nobody gets its button set to be that's my button. So maybe is mine here is wrong. And instead, I just should pass an ID. And so it doesn't have to care about this. Let's try. I mean, what else can I do? I'm gonna do a int my ID, and I just pass it over. I mean, this is the only ID which comes across. I mean, I don't have, or this player, whoever this player is, only gets its own information, but it doesn't get it from the other one, does it? Int underscore my ID. I just comment these things out. And also, yeah, my input, it could not call back the correct function. So I need to do this a bit different, I guess. Yeah, that's an actual problem. Or I keep it as is, but I just get rid of the, yeah, that's, let me test this first. Gonna put my input again. Save that. Hello? Oh, the input type is different. I maybe should create a second one. And I just get rid of this piece here. I don't wanna wait to see who is my or who is me. Maybe it's automatically done by this ID, because this ID for this player input, does it get called for both players? That's the thing. How can I get this ID? From Photon view, basically. Let me take a look. In the game view, each of them players get all them informations over here into Photon view. And once it's loaded, I'm gonna get a list of some things here and there. The question is, how do I know if that is going to be the idea of the current one or of the opposite or of the opponent? Let's try that. I just go and I believe I just need to compare anyhow. Is that my button, or I just don't know how to, but I just need to compare if this is my instance. How do I know if that is my instance? The instance of this current player. I'm gonna build it first, pretty quick. So just choose folder. Or maybe it's done automatically, or maybe it's done for both, and the second one is overriding this one with the third one, with the first one, or vice versa. How exactly do I know? Why is that so hard? Maybe I'm doing just something wrong. I mean, if you instantiate a player in the Photon network, oh, of course you're gonna do this. Bob1. A special way by calling Photon network instantiate. Maybe I cannot use two players at the same time in one scene, so it would be absolutely obvious who I am. Player 2. Play. So let's see. The sad thing is, let's compare. Well, this instance should be player 2. Is minus false. Both is minus false. That's why it never happened. So both. Look at this. Both players are now Bob. Player 1 is Bob. Player 2 is Bob. But it shouldn't be Bob. It should be player 2. How can that be that both players are going to be Bob? Why both are Bob now? What is Bob's ID? Creator, no. Controller. It's just a view ID. Game manager. Game manager is Bob as well. And Bob is the master everywhere. But Bob, this is not the current player. Bob is not the current player, that's why it's say false. So in here we only get one ID, but we get the wrong one. We get 3 times the Bob. We are not the creator, but it's the master. But the master is actually somebody else. I don't get it. What did I do wrong now? Okay, let me get rid of this things here. I don't think that I have to do this. So it should be obvious who is who. So I don't need to transfer any ownerships from A to B, A to C, and so on. Well, that's what I assume. So, gonna make a new build. Let's see, player 1. And let's start this one here as well. That's why I never tackled a multiplayer. It's just I don't know what to do. I mean, I try my best, but play. So player 1 versus player 2. So let's see what's coming next. Let's take a look. Game manager. Who are we? This Photon view is for player 1, and it's not mine. This one, same thing. This one, same thing. So these Photon views here are all player 1 now. Why is that? What's happening? And why is that? Oh, well, that's what I suppose what's going to happen. But why? Like, if I do any of them inputs here, the game manager might get some information. Like, current round is 2. Player 2 made an input of 3. It made a scissors input. Let's see. Player 2 made a 1 input. Player 2 made a 2 input. So basically, it reads it as being player 2, which is correct. At least inside the input choice over here. So this player ID is driven over correctly here. And these buttons, when I do a choosing, is also like when I choose this player ID which gets clicked from this button. That seems to be correct. So these buttons here now should have player 2 input, player 2 input, player 2 input. Question is it because player 2 input is the last one who gets there, like in the row? And I mean, if that is all correct, then on the other side I should have a player player 1 inputs here as well. But I don't know why in the freaking world are these things. I mean, they are correct. They are player 2 photon view, player 2 player input. So these are actually correct. Well, that's what I assume. And the game manager PV catch game manager photon view. Let's get out of debug mode. What does that thing mean? What do they? Maybe this is because, well, it is the master. And of course it's not mine, and is basically the one who's listening to all the inputs and doing the things, doing the necessary things. Which might be possible for us to say, okay, if you are the master, you're the only one who is allowed to if what was it? Photon view? No, Photon network. If Photon network.isMaster client, only then we at least update the current round. Question is, of course, so it's only called once, and then it's updating it accordingly, and hopefully also player input 1 and 2 are going to be reset to be 0, which they are, I assume. So these buttons basically get set because, well, maybe order. Who was I looking for before? All of these photon views. No, wait. If I set them up, I gonna set all the players. When this is master client, I set all the players. Both of them get the names for 1 and 2 based on the ID they own. Current round or text. This is base. That's what I assume has to be done here. So we... Oh, actually no, this is correct. This is going to set them all to be 0. That's fine. Same here. RPC start new round to do all buffered. I guess I can do all buffered again here. I don't need this, I guess. And I initialize 1 and 2 by calling player 1 photon view RPC initialize, which sits... Where does it? RPC initialize. How does it even know where to put this content into? Something is really ugly here. So basically, which might happen over here is just because that is the one which is called second. So maybe I can, after setting these players, I might be able to call info text. So info text dot text is equal to, and now I just need to know who I am. But how do I know? The game manager says something else than the... And beforehand I am sure I have seen... Like before I was adding the game manager... Before I was adding the game manager's... Photon view. How do I know my ID? Maybe I need to do this. But still, how do I know who I am? Initialize ID. I put it a 1 or a 2. Instead of using an ID, I really should use Photon player over here to initialize with a player, an actual player. And then I just need something else. Initialize ID. Maybe I just initialize with player P. Just comment this out and say Photon player is equal to player. Nope. To P. And And in Game Manager, I need to say Photon network dot current room dot get player 1, and same thing here, get current player 2. So they are separated so far. So this calls this. I don't even know if it has to be public. Let's try. And now I'm gonna go and make a new build again. I don't know how often I had to do this already, and see if there will be some issues, since the choice button. Oh, basically it takes my input. How does it know? Oh, okay. But it doesn't know its ID, does it? Player ID, P. Player ID is equal to P dot actor number. Maybe it's this one. Actor number, maybe. And in here I should now be able to say if P dot is local, we're gonna set up the buttons accordingly. I don't know what's local, but we'll probably see. I don't know. So now the button also could have the information needed. Well, I hope. Would be nice to finish that one up now. Build settings. Make a new build. Choose folder. Player 1. Play. Player 2. Play. Let's see. Game Manager, player 1, no. Player 1 is player 1. Player 2 is player 1. If I click here, nothing happens. And also this 0 does not work as well on this side. But it does on this side, because that's master. So it only updates now on the master side, but it does not update on this side. So that was a wrong one, at least. So there are so many issues over here now, in which I just don't get why in the world I mean, beforehand it was different, but it looked different as well, so... Literally right before. Maybe. The question now is, do the other ones need this? Do they need the actually the what is it called? The RPC, no, not the Photon view. Maybe the Photon view is doing stupid things. I mean, this one, I mean, the question is, does Photon view is needed for running PON RPC stuff? I don't know. And do I need 2 players? Or do I literally just... I came so far and now I just don't know. So, I mean, at least all of them are in the scene. I don't get it. I just don't get it. So, over here in the bottom, that's what I at least know is that current round plus needs to happen for both. So start a new round. That has to go up over here, but probably it's called twice, and I just don't know why. That's why it might get called twice from wherever. The master sets up the player, both players. Which step did I miss? Maybe the player input is the issue. I believe this call here is wrong anyways. So this one here should be photon view dot rpc, I guess. And here we pass in the input choice. Then who to update, I guess, which is rpc target dot all buffered, and then the two arguments. So I may not need to have any photon view on them two things, and the only photon view needed is probably on Game Manager. But why do they both contain the same thing? Player 1 and player 2. Which are these ones? Player 1, player 2 are going to be part of player input. Player input we call initialize by this. So that's why we need the photon view. So we call initialize and get player 1 and get player 2 in player input. In player input, we initialize player P and set photon player to be P. Maybe photon player should not be public here. And player ID is set by p.actor number, and if P is local, we're gonna set these buttons up. What's the issue? If this is running in debug, do I see PV catch player ID? At least I can see the player ID. I cannot see the private photon player, so I might make this a serialized field, or just keep it public. So at least hopefully I see something, maybe with a name or with anything, any identifier. Maybe it's the PV catch. Nope, it's not. Gonna delete the old build and make a new one. Go to loading scene, play again the other thing here. P1, play. P2, play. So both now contain the 2, even if that's wrong. Player 1 is P1, player 2 is also P1. So I don't get it, it's stupid. I have no idea. So we got 2 different inputs. And let's see if I can find out something. This is player ID 1. This is player ID 2. So basically, this one here has no photon view. This one here has also no connected photon view. It seems, I mean, it doesn't really seem to read it. It does have something here. I don't know if the PV catch is even anyhow necessary. So at least what I know is I got a player ID 1 over here. And I got a player ID over here. If I take a look in the buttons, the paper for example, we should know who this is connected to. We can see it's connected to my input player 2, which is literally completely correct. Why the game manager? Why the game manager has this thing? I just don't know. Like if I go outside, it just says that this one is just not mine. I don't know how he knows this is mine or not. This input, did this come from the client? Let me try again. Yes. Oh my god, it's calling. This function is called from this client now. So let me do an input here. Whoa, look at this. Player 1 got a point. Let's see if that is correct. So input called. Player 1 has a chosen a 3. Player 2 chosen. Player 1 wins this round and player 1 got a point. Oh my god. Then it says it's a draw. That's what I don't get. Well, I believe is the draw gets called when it resets. So basically both are going to go back into, we call pick winner. I don't know. Let's see. Who won? That's a draw? No. Player 2 wins this round. Choose was 1 and 2. So let's do both paper. That's an absolute draw. But I call the draw multiple times, so I don't know. But now, I mean, this doubles. This is something I don't get yet. So if I play a scissors versus a scissors, we still get a draw, which is awesome. But this one here, this number gets increased multiple times. So if I press here, it doesn't do any. If I press here on this client side, it's now 22. So it's multiplying itself by something. I just don't get it. but the chosen things, we both were choosing number 2, which is paper on both sides. And so finally, I got it right. So let me win over here. And so this one now has 3. This player here now has 3 wins. I don't know if the invoke works. Probably not. Player 1 wins, which is good and correct. And now I should not be able to do any kind of, I mean, there is just stuff coming in, but it should not go further if I do something like that. There shouldn't given any points. So basically, I have now 2 things, 2 clients talking over the server to each other, and literally this game is playable. I mean, everybody picks something. I just don't get any response over here since I didn't set it up. But that would be like all the content inside these. Sorry, I had to sneeze loud. All this content from the actual debug lines is just going to be where I could say, okay, who has won? Player 1 has won this turn, player 2 has won this turn. So I'm so happy this now works. Why does it now work? I didn't change anything here inside the connection to the server. The only thing I did is I didn't even change anything here. I just made sure I use player input so I know what I'm talking to. And what I just saw is, or what I just passed over is who is the current Photon player. Instead of using an ID, I just used the direct player of this current instance. I believe it's doing it kind of automatically and knows who it is. And the master, this is the part, if the master is giving out the roles, it tells who is who. And if I go back on this button click, I just changed this area here to use photonview.rpc, so I talk to input choice, to all those buffered contents, whoever is there, and listen to it. I just passed over back the choice and the player ID. So basically, I used the RPC to now recognize the actual input from the buttons. And over here in initialize, I just said if P is local, and I mean, I don't know how this name knows it's local or not. P.ActorNumber works, Photon player works. And so that's why, that's how I actually set it up, these buttons. So they are only responsible to whoever is the current local player. God damn it, that took quite some time right now to figure this out. And I believe it was just a simple thing. I believe it was because I had to run this one as an RPC client call. Don't even know if I need to run this here as an you know, as an RPC call. But I believe I have to, since I also need to start the new round over here from that point. So the question is now, how and when do I update current round? And final step is, of course, what's the best way to pass back the info to the players so they know what's happening or what has happened. Maybe that should be some kind of a chat line or something, or chat window thing. So everywhere where I got this debug line now, I can now pass an info bar, the info text. So info text.text is equal to, and then I basically just pass in this string, copy, paste, and I copy this again, copy, and in here, once we got a winner, wins this actual game, maybe. And let's do the same thing here. Player 1. Player 1. And here player 2. I don't know if all are listening to that, but I believe so, since it's an RPC call. Both should work. Both should listen to this content. So I should be able to pass over this content. To make it later on a bit better and something like that, and put some time, I'm gonna make this go back to a main menu maybe after 4 seconds and not after 2. Leader this and go and change the scene to loading scene. And the question now is, seems to be correct. Do I have a typo? Oh no, I just don't check for winner condition. That's the thing. So basically, if somebody has won, every time somebody has won after getting enough points, maybe I can simplify this by, before we are actually calling this over here, we can do if player 1 score is equal to 3, or player 2 score, is it score or points? Gonna rename this player 1 score text. I just need to make it so. Rename player 2 score text. So it's player 1 points. Gonna save this. So now I see it's player 1 points or player 2 points is equal to 3. So one or the other has 1. We're just gonna call win condition by using the Photon view.rpc call. RPC, well, that's what I assume. So it's literally treated as like on both sides at the same time. I just say win. Let me just copy this. Win condition. Then I need to tell how who is listening to this. It's RPC target all buffered. And then I can pass in all the parameters. In this case, I want to know, well, I want to pass in the corresponding ID. So maybe I'm gonna make a if player 1 is equal player 1 points equal 3 question mark, then I pass in a 1, otherwise I pass in a 2. So we got the winner, or we get the winner ID over here, and we can spit out the information inside this winner text, and then we call the invoke method to that. And maybe I can also say leaving soon or something, or leaving the game in a moment. So I don't need to check for all that. I just go through, and once that here happens, I can return at this point. And it will always do this. Maybe I should set a boolean to protect win condition, or I just keep it as is. But then I never come into here. So start new round. Gonna put a debug line here. I wanna know why this is called twice. Debug.log. Is it because of an RPC call? Called start new round. I only see this on the client side over here and not on the other side, but something is fishy because it always doubles itself by just using current round plus plus. So maybe I need to make plus equal 1. I just don't really get why. Maybe plus plus is not a good way to call this from an RPC standpoint. Or maybe I call it somewhere twice, even if I don't like to. So, oh wait, we don't need to protect this, because if we have a winner, I just shorten some things here. So when we got a winner, and since we now are at the very bottom anyways, and returning once one or the other got enough points, I just want to make sure here that that's not even necessary as well. So if that is happening, of course, well, we want to run this one twice, you know, maybe I'm gonna protect this by, if it has a winner, or if we got a winner already, then we return, well, Ctrl+X. I'm gonna restructure that a bit. So if we got a winner, we return at this point. Once we set the win condition the first time, we just say we have a winner is equal to true here, like after the RPC call, so we never get into this back again because we get blocked out of this. So we can literally get rid of all the if statements over here. I could get even, well, that's what I hope. I should be able to get rid of all these debug calls here as well. I just keep the info text for this one round, and the debug lines can now get away. I don't need them anymore, I hope. If not, then I need to re-implement them, of course. So, and now we just test against each other. So this and that for the rock and the paper pair, one and the other way. For the paper and the scissors way, one and the other way. And for the scissors and the rock pair, one and the other way. If we got a winner, which we only have after we were passing or going into this, then we return over here. Otherwise, we go forward and start a new round to all the buffered people. And once again, this round plus equal 1. I don't know when this is going to be called. Why is it called twice? Is it because both are calling the same function? I don't know. So I've saved. Can stop the game here, or the actual process. I'm gonna go into the client, and do I have an engine running still? No, I get rid of the build. Oh, I can't. Oh, it still runs, okay. Try again. Gonna get rid of all the data again. And now make a new build. It looks like it's still running. Like here in the console. Maybe not, but here in the play button is still, and there's still a don't destroy unload thing running. Cup is empty. Okay, so now it just stopped it. Unable to find player assembly, blah blah. We don't care. Let's see. So I got this window. I can say Bob 1. What I also can do is putting some text field also like welcome to blah, you are challenging blah, like in this info text field later on when I don't know if there's now going to become an override pop stuff player 2. I don't care about naming now. So those two work against or play against each other. No reference. I don't get it. I trust me, I just don't get it. So I have an input call here. I have an input call here, and now join to room, input called 1, 2, 3, and 3. These two text fields are not being called now anymore. What did I change to these two play text fields? What did I do to them? I didn't do any. They are what they are. Why are they now not getting... Same here. And why is that now called 4 times? Do I need to restart the project? Maybe is there something I just don't see? Let's try. Gonna close everything now. And start from, not from scratch, but start new. Maybe there's something happening in Photon directly, like I don't know. Maybe I'll refresh this, and maybe there are a bunch of things running here. Peak CCU. Actually, it says 0, no traffic used. Funny. So max 2 for all regions. Last 24 hours. Gonna start both again. Bob 1, play. TT, DTA, whatever, I don't know. Oh, look at this. Why are they empty now? Or, because I renamed them. Oh my god. So true. I just renamed them. So player 1 score goes here, I guess. Player 2 score Goes here, I guess. Player 1, player 2, player 1, player 2. Save the scene. No, it's 10. Why it's 10? What do I do wrong? Why is... Oh, because it didn't got this one updated and it started at 10, so it didn't go on further. Okay, need to make a new build. Again. The 25,000 ones build. So next time I'm gonna tackle anything in multiplayer, I'm gonna go and use something I've seen before, which is like making a copy of my editor window and just I can just put them next to each other on one screen and another and then just fiddle in between them too, without making a build every now and then, which makes it way more easier for me, I guess. I believe I just need to implement this. And since it's working project-wise and not like Unity-wise, I can always implement it even if I need or not. Doesn't matter. Okay, so final round over here. I believe I'm pretty much done with that thing. So, but I want to see if one or the other is able to win. And we are going back into the lobby. So we got Bob 1. Close that. Press play. Oh no, not here. Yeah. Oh no. Don't click it twice. Just click it once. Loading. Open loading. Clear. Press play. So Bob 1 is still waiting in the lobby. Now we go Bob 2. Play. So Bob 1 versus Bob 2. Shows matching panel, looks good. Okay, so as we can tell, this one gets called twice. That's why this round is... Okay. So I believe only the master should say the new round has been started. Like, yeah, like, but still all should, or I just negate it every time. Okay, let's test something else first. I want to see if I'm able to put that in. So we can see player 2 wins this round. So the actual text box over here works. And player 2, of course, gets a coin. Why is it now called P2? I don't know. Didn't I name him? What did I name him? Oh, I have to open the script. These things need to be updated as well. Like here. So I'm gonna test the rest in a minute or two. So basically this has to be Photon network.get player nickname plus and then the player points. So it's going to be number 1. Here is a number 2. So I need to get player 2's nickname, of course. Same here. Updating this one again. P2 wins. So I'm going to put a 2. And here P1. So I need to now finally everything works as hopefully it should. Just need to make sure everything looks and works correctly. Player 1, player 2, player 1, player 2, player 1, player 2. If that's a draw, then we might want to say info text dot text is equal to that was a draw. And well, we don't need this anymore. I guess info text works when we pick the winner. And it's also an RPC call because we're gonna do this to all these buffered guys. So now there's one thing I want to test and check in the console for the double call started. I want to see who calls it, if I can. Would be nice actually. Oh, it stopped. It throws me out. But if one is leaving the room by mistake or something, I want to later on also leave the room over here. So maybe there should be a callback, which is like on player left room, which don't I have this already inside the connector server on connected to master? Yeah, I believe it's like on player left room, on joint room. I believe it's something like that. I believe I've seen something similar. Oh, did I had it here in the? No, the game manager has nothing to do with that. Player input also does not have that. Maybe it's the menu. On connected to master, on update, on player left room. So basically, maybe that doesn't even work anymore because I don't really enter a room. So that's more like leave. Oh wait, I do leave the room at this point. Okay, so I might need to reuse this inside the game. No, in the connector server or something like that. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, so I updated those. I updated now the correct naming convention for the round itself. Later on, I'm gonna put a coroutine or something around it so it makes it a bit more easier. Since I just stopped it anyways, or basically it threw me out, I'm gonna go and make a new build. And before I do so, I want to pretty quickly see who calls that and who calls that. So in here it's network or Photon network part 517, blah blah blah, somewhere around from the handler. And in here it's called from this is called from peer, and this other one gets called from, like from here, it's the game manager and then goes to Photon view. Oh, so what line was it? Line game manager, line 153. So I believe it's this one. This is called internally. To call a new round. And this one here is called from somewhere else. And I believe this is the issue for this turn-based content here, so or round-based content. The the actual both clients are calling the same thing and literally counting this one twice and probably and doing the things twice, so resetting everything and so on and so forth, and that's why it's going to get a double call. At least this is what I now figured out. The only thing I miss now is the possibility to get rid of this issue, but in the end I can say I finally figured out by using Photon how to connect two people to play using Photon and not using a dedicated server, literally, or maybe it is a dedicated server, but I didn't have to do anything server-sided but creating an app. There are limits, which are the CCP or CCD or whatever that was called, and I have the first mini app or mini game to play rock, papers, and scissors against other people. And the last thing is basically just put it anywhere and see how it goes and see what's happening. So again, this one gets called from different ones. Here it got a call from a peerbase.cs, and here it gets called from internally from Game Manager. So that's the counting issue over here, and probably also does a bunch of other things. Okay, so when I want to win now, so I'm gonna do the same thing all over the place. I gonna choose. Oh my god, that's a draw. How can that be a draw? That's impossible to be a draw. So, is there something wrong? If player 1 input is equal to player 2 input. No idea how this gets triggered. But again, this is, I want to see if once a winner, like Bob 1 is the winner now. Ah, there we go. So they're gonna get kicked out of the game after 4 seconds, which is fantastic. So it happened here on this view as well as on this view. So there are a bunch of things happening here, like operation leave room not called because client is not connected. Then we got Photon view ID duplicate found, which is basically we got 2 server connections right now. So because we don't get rid of the other one. And of course, that's why we got the duplicate key. Connect using settings can only connect while state disconnected. So we're gonna find out later on how to get out of this one without any issues. Like these, and operation join lobby not called because client is not connected or not ready to connect. And now when we would clear the console, let's try if I can still, even with the bunch of things, play Bob, play. So Bob hops in and we get a new round. So now we start with a 1. Why is that? Server connection is old, view 1 connection, blah blah blah. So this one here could not connect to it. Duplicate found. So basically because of this double server connection. But this is something I'm gonna tackle later on. Basically everything works so far and so good. which I wanted to figure out. It took me quite some time now. It's 6.5 hours now, full work time, so I need a break absolutely now. And I still hope whoever is watching this one has enjoyed this. And yeah, what I notice is it's pretty tough things to just see who is connected to who is what, and how in the end is going to, all of that server crap is going to connect to each other. For the game manager, no, for the connect to server, I don't think, maybe accept this one. I don't think we need this object everywhere. Like, it seems that we don't need this object everywhere, so probably I can just get rid of this instance and don't use any don't destroy and load stuff, because why should I? Because they are connected, they are joined, they create new rooms. The only thing which doesn't happen is change scene, but since I have the RPC call, I don't have to call it in Game Manager, or I don't have to call it in Connect to Server. I can call it anywhere I want to. And that's basically it. I'm tired. That was quite some trip now. So basically, that was a pretty tough experience to tackle through. I believe the next time it's a bit more fluid when I maybe make a more like a tutorial base, once I figured out all the issues which are popping up. And the next time I might also be able to make a game like a real game, and not just a rock, paper, scissors scenario, which was rather simple in its inputs. I mean, it's just 3 buttons and a comparison. Basically, even that took me quite some time to get it right. But the inputs itself are not the hard part. It's more like how to talk to the server from the right side of the screen, and how to send this data to the opposite. And once again, there are still some bugs here. As you have seen, the round number is totally crapped up. I need to clean the don't destroy and load, just to get rid of the double instance, which I don't need. Which is just the singleton parameter is just wrong the way it's set up. I just took it with me, even if I really don't need it, I guess. So that's everything over here for today. I still hope you enjoyed this trip, and yeah, I hope you learned something. And the thing is, what do you learn? Well, everything is, when you make it the first time, it could be pretty tough over there. So take a look into this if you like to use with Photon. Once again, this is my first experience over here with that. It took me quite some time now to fiddle all that crap out. But I'm happy that I did, actually, and I took a look into this scenario. And the next time I might be able to do more with that, or maybe I'm gonna go forward and use something else and tackle, I don't know, Mirror, and see if Mirror is, let's say, more fluent, more better, whatever. I mean, there are limits. And the limits, for example, for Photon itself is going to be this CCD or whatever it's called. So this CCU. So you can have a maximum of 20 CCUs. I'm not quite sure what it is again. I believe one CCU means one game session or something. It's like one table or one something is running over here. So you can have for free, you can run 20 CCUs, 20 rooms, I believe, by using the same app ID. And if you want to increase CCU, then you probably have to purchase, I don't know, whatever necessary. So for free testing, it's absolutely enough. And and maybe later on I just have a bunch of typos, but that doesn't matter. That's, yeah, for a bunch of bigger apps or something, it's probably worth it to just you know, get some more CCU over there. Anyway, I want to end this stream today over here. I'm done for that, and talk to you later, guys. Next week probably I'm gonna push out my my course is going to be live about Connect 4. I'm gonna send a video about it soon as it is through the review. So you're gonna be able to learn furthermore things like Minimax algorithm and, yeah, how to create a Connect 4 game. Until then, feel free to check out all my other tutorials, as well as don't forget to subscribe to the channel, as well as, well, feel free to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. See you later, guys, and have a good one.